A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, advocates, members of the public. You are most welcome to the 11th edition of our Radical New Bar Live Press and Public Engagement, which is a hybrid engagement coming to you live from the Uganda Law Society House. We are very honored to have your presence today, the 23rd day of April 2026. Amidst this downpour that is ongoing, we would like to say thank you for joining us. I am by the name Robert Benon Jurua. I am a rule of law and litigation officer at the Uganda Law Society. In the rule of law department, we bring our sincere regards as we welcome you to this very energetic and beautiful session of today. I'm going to begin the sessions with a story. Some years ago that I know about, a young man decided with a little money that he got to very rushingly do one of the biggest projects that he had had as a dream, and that was constructing a house for himself to run away from the different hustles and bustles of rent payment. And very soon after he had gotten the money, he began straight away with, trying to get into the construction. He bought the land. Before he knew it, he bought the bricks. Before he knew it, he bought the cement. And before we knew it, in less than 3 months, he had set his house up. And there was nothing wrong with that because it's his money and it's his choice. When he had settled in, after around a month, there started to be cracks in the walls. And it wasn't understandable. But after around a year or thereabout, the house collapsed. Luckily, there were no deaths. But of course, there was a given loss, as you can imagine. And today, we would like to, ask the question, what happens when we don't follow the rules or adhere to the regulations when we are in the haste of doing things? And today, in today's sessions all across the day, we are going to be asking that one question: what happens when rules are ignored, misunderstood, or unevenly applied? And better still, we want to ask the question, what is the role of the law in restoring order? We want to juxtapose today's session with a scripture from the Bible in the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verses 40 for the Christians, that says, "Let all things be done." We shall have an opening prayer from within the building. We shall then listen in to welcome remarks from the Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Law Society, and thereafter we shall delve into our session number 1, which will be given a preamble before we can welcome our distinguished guests in the house. The welcome remarks will also set the protocol and as well set the foundation for the day. After the sessions, we shall have a moment of question and answer in which we shall be expecting to interact with the members, both physically present and those that are joining us online, to hear what they have to say, or maybe share with us comments, because this, as we've said, is an interactive session, and we are basing on the premise of the Uganda Law Society Act, Section 3, that gives the mandate to the ULS to, among other things, ensure access to justice, but also help the government in the administration of justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request you to get on your feet so that we can sing the national anthems. Thank you.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. Could you please take your seats as we welcome Henry to give us the opening prayer? Thank you.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Almighty God, Lord of justice and wisdom, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for our presenters today. May all that they are going to share with us grant us wisdom, uphold justice, and protect rights of all Ugandans, as all it has been. We pray. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the prayer. We are more than sure the Lord's presence is abound in this place, and we are imagining that the discussions and the discussions that are going to be held are already blessed and covered with the precious blood of Jesus. Next, we are going to be listening in from the Chief Executive Officer, who has delegated for her remarks to be read out by one of our staff, Miss Angom, who is coming to the floor in order to read for us the remarks as we welcome the members to today's session. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. You're most welcome, our dear speakers. Yes. My name is Angom Ruth Julie. I am the Program Officer for Professional Development here at the Uganda Law Society. And as already mentioned, I've been delegated to make remarks on behalf of the CEO, who is away on other official duties, but should have loved to be here. Thank you. Our distinguished guests today, Ms. Joan Atukei, Mr. Hudson Mutalia, Mr. Herbert Ziwa, Ms. Nasike Noreen, Ms. Nakasi Lillian, the Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society, led by President Isaac Semakade, our colleagues and members of the Uganda Law Society, joining us physically and online, members of the press, good morning. I welcome you to this week's Rnblive weekly press and public engagement, a platform where we discuss key topical issues affecting both our membership and all the general public. Our first topic focuses on the Building Control Amendment Act 2026, its reforms, penalties, and practical implications. The Building Control Act was amended earlier this year, and the President assented the bill. While the intention of the law is to enhance safety and accountability, there remains significant concern and uncertainty among members of the public regarding its practical implications. It is therefore essential that the law is clearly explained so that citizens understand both their obligations and their protections under the new regime. Our second topic addresses the petition by BACO students of the 2024-25 academic year at the Law Development Center. The Uganda Law Society has been approached by students from the 2024-2025 BACOS cohort who intend to formally petition the society on behalf of hundreds of affected students who complain of procedural unfairness. Today, we shall hear directly from them as they share their experiences and concerns. As the Uganda Law Society, we take these matters seriously. In accordance with our statutory mandate, we shall listen carefully, assess the issues raised, and consider appropriate interventions that safeguard fairness, transparency, and integrity within legal education and professional training. We thank our guests and the public for joining us, and we look forward to a constructive and informative discussion. Thank you so much. Those are the remarks from our beloved CEO, Ms. Christina Awori. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angom, for delivering those remarks, and thank you, Madam CEO. We appreciate your continued love for us and your hospitality. We are more than sure that we are going to have a very interactive discussion. From what Madam CEO has delivered unto us, we can clearly tell, which is also connected to the, not just to property, but also to human life. And this first session, as has been read unto us, invites us to examine how the law steps in to create that necessary order. We turn, of course, to that act, the Building Control Amendment Act 2026, which is, of course, a piece of legislation that is not merely technical, but deeply human in its implication. And as we captured from the scripture, we today are discussing a sense of order in such a way that session 1 is going to deliver unto us how to be orderly in development and construction, whereas session 2 will be helping us to organize ourselves and have an order and fairness in institutional governance. That is regarding the Law Development Center cohort, BACOS cohort 2024-2025. And before we go any further, would like to remind our esteemed viewers who are online to continually engage with us on our different spaces, YouTube, Zoom, and X, which of course is where the majority of the members are attending from, this being a hybrid session as one of the tenets and one of the stronghold pillars of the Radical New Bar Governing Council in as far as digital transformation is concerned. Without any further ado, we would like to understand better what we are speaking about as we welcome the first speakers for the first session. And like the CEO said, on 19th February 2026, the president of the country, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, assented to 3 pieces of legislation aimed at strengthening regulation in Uganda's construction, housing, finance, and valuation sectors. These 3 laws include the Building Control Amendment Act 2025, the Mortgage Refinance Institutions Act 2025, and the Valuation Act. Among other amendments, the Building Control Amendment Act increases the penalty for persons who carry out building operations without a valid building permit issued by a building committee. The new law also regulates stronger powers to enforce safety standards, including the authority to demolish unsafe structures. Now, over the years, Uganda's construction has brought economic growth, that is no doubt, but also risks included. One of them includes poor supervision, unapproved methods, and at times tragic loss of life where buildings collapse and lives are lost. I want to imagine all of us have experienced 1 or 2 of these, and this is exactly what the Radical New Bar Governing Council brings to us today. So it's very likely that these laws are put in place to ensure safety and more accountable development. There has, however, been fear amongst members of the public, and many have not properly understood the law. clearly the public that is mostly affected by these enactments has a lot of questions, and the Radical New Bar Governing Council in our session today is trying to bring answers to these questions to the public. And these conversations where the law meets people is exactly where we are seated. So to help us unpack the law and clearly understand the implications this law, this act has on an ordinary citizen, we are honored to be joined by representatives from the National Building Review Board, abbreviated as NBRB. The board is a body corporate established under the Building Control Act, Cap 136, under the Ministry of Works and Transport. Among other things, their mandate is to, 1, monitor building developments, ensure that the design and construction of buildings and utilities to which the public is to have access caters to persons with disabilities, PWDs, oversee, inspect, and monitor the operations of building committees, and among others, hear and determine appeals from persons dissatisfied with decisions of a building committee. We are going to take the next few minutes to listen into the members in representation of the NBRB, and without any particular order, we shall invite Mr. Herbert Ziwa to lay for us the foundation so as to bring us up to speed with both the understanding, the ramifications, implications, and the act as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Herbert Ziwa.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are very happy and glad to be here. As he has said, my name is Herbert Ziwa. I am the Manager Communications from the National Building Review Board. I have come with my colleagues, Joan Atuke, the Senior Legal Officer, and Hudson Mutalia, the Senior Standards Officer. Robert, thank you so much for setting the ground for today's engagement and conversation. We welcome our live audience and the physical audience we have here to follow keenly about the changes that have been brought by the Building Control Act Amendment, by the Building Control Amendment Act 2026 that was assented to by the President. But maybe before I go deep into our presentation, I would like to pose a few questions to you who are here present and those who are watching us live. I guess all of us woke up today from a building. Is there anybody who woke up from anywhere else apart from a building? Is there anybody who slept in a tent? Okay, that is also a building. Is there anybody who slept in the bush? So all of us slept in a building somewhere. I'm also sure that before arriving here, many of us passed through other buildings. Maybe a restaurant, a fuel station, a supermarket, or even a bank. I know some of us went to those places. Now we sit here together, and the live audience somewhere in some buildings. Let's pose a question for the moment and consider this. How many of us truly know the health status of the buildings we occupy and frequently visit? How many of us can even ask ourselves such a question? Do we know the health status of the buildings we normally visit and we occupy? If the answer is no, it shows you the risk we have as Ugandans. A building is therefore more than walls and a roof. It is an environment that directly affects our health, safety, and our well-being. The air we breathe indoors, the cleanliness of our surfaces, the structural integrity, the safety systems in place. All these factors determine whether a building supports life or silently endangers it. Yet most of us rarely question these conditions. Risk is often underestimated or normalized. Dangerous conditions become normal over time. People adapt to the risk instead of fixing it. We just adapt. It's our daily life and life goes on. But instead of fixing it. And this is exactly where government is coming in to help us. Let's think about our homes. How often do we check for proper ventilation, faulty wiring, and water quality? Now extend this thought to the other places we trust daily. Our schools, our places of worship, supermarkets, workplaces, among others. Even here where we are, do you know the health status of this building? The answer might be no. So even more concerning are the boarding schools, where the children spend most of their time. I'm seeing some children entering this conference hall. I don't know whether they know how safe their school is. So let's ask ourselves another question. Shall our children survive in the event of a fire outbreak? Is there access to emergency exits? Are staff and students prepared for emergencies? The same concerns apply to social places. The health clubs, bars, entertainment venues, places where large numbers of people gather. In such environments, overcrowding, poor ventilation, or blocked exits can quickly turn a minor incident into a very big disaster. History has repeatedly showed us that when building safety is ignored, the consequences can be devastating. And we have examples. In 2020, a 5-story building collapsed in Machindi, and 13 people died. Listen to this. The professional, in quotes, on site was a senior four-lever with a certificate in bricklaying from a technical institute, supervising a 6-storied structure, leading to loss of lives for 13 people. Therefore, let me also give you more examples. We all still remember the Bordeaux fire in 2008, where 19 pupils perished. In 2013, 7 pupils perished in a fire at Kasana Junior School in Masaka. And in 2022, another 11 perished. These ones were burnt to ashes at Salama School of the Blind in Mukono. These incidents reveal systematic failures. Therefore, as Uganda's building and construction sector continues to expand, so are the persistent challenges, including non-compliance with building standards, use of unapproved construction methods, inadequate supervision, and instances of building collapse, resulting into loss of lives and property. In response to these challenges, Parliament enacted the Building Control Act, CAP 136, to provide for regulation of the building operations, standards, and maintenance of buildings. The Act, which consolidated and harmonized laws relating to building construction and standards, aimed to promote safety, sustainability, and professionalism within the construction sector. Under the Building Control Act, the National Building Review Board, Nblrb, where we come from, an agency under the Ministry of Works and Transport, was established as the central regulatory body responsible to overseeing the building control in Uganda. Since its establishment, the board has automated building control processes through the Building Industry Management System. I guess some of us have heard about BIMS. This is our system we came up with to ensure that there is predictability and safety in the way we apply for our building permits, we pay for building control fees, we commit the services of registered professionals, and the way we get instant feedback on building control related matters. So those of you who have not used this system, it is online, it can help us to sort most of the problems we are facing in the sector, especially the delays when somebody applies for a building permit. So the system is one of the things NBRB has come up with to ensure that we have efficiency. The board has also strengthened compliance through developing guidelines, checklists, and improving building standards through developing key legal and regulatory instruments, such as the Building Control Regulations 2020, Building Control Fees Regulations 2020, Building Control Appeals Procedure Regulations 2021, and the National Building Code 2019. The board has also investigated building-related incidents and complaints whose findings have informed preventive measures and supported criminal investigations carried out by the Uganda Police Force. Despite these milestones, evolving challenges in the building industry have necessitated further reforms to address persistent cases of illegal construction, unsafe buildings, and weak compliance with building standards. Thus, the enactment of the Building Control Amendment Act 2026. The reforms fundamentally shift the system from a reactive, compliance-driven model to a proactive framework focused on risk prevention and public safety. So now, what has changed? What are the key amendments in this act? Let's start with the functions of the National Building Review Board as the custodian of this sector. The act has expanded the functions and powers of the board under Section 8 to include 1. Hearing and determining complaints from any person, a building control officer, or a building committee. Previously, our powers were limited to only complaints into building permit approval processes. However, the same has been expanded to include any complaints in relation to a building or building operation. 2, develop and implement the capacity of building strategy for building committees or any person in relation to building or building operation. The second amendment we want Ugandans and the physical audience here to take note of is to do with the powers of the National Building Review Board. The first was to do with the functions, expanding the functions. Now we are talking about the powers of the board. 1, the board has been given powers now to issue stop or evacuation orders in circumstances where a building committee has failed to comply with the recommendations of the board and safety is compromised at the building. By issuing these orders, the board, of course, has to first do a scientific study. We receive complaints. For example, we can receive a complaint from a Ugandan passing downtown, maybe complaining about an arcade that is not in a good state. They report to a building committee first. Maybe the building committee does not react. The person comes to us as the National Building Review Board. What we do, we have to first write back to the building committee and give the committee instructions. If the committee does not act, that's when the board comes in. But even when the board comes in to stop or order for evacuation, it has to first do a scientific study. So that is the process. The second power of the board is the power to issue express penalties for certain offenses as may be prescribed by the minister by regulations. Third, power to enter onto any land, building or site where a building operation is being carried out to enforce the act. Previously, our powers were limited. We couldn't enter into any site, any building. So how can you purport to be monitoring the sector from your office? You can't monitor the sector from the boardroom. You have to go to the field. So this is what the Act has now given us. Fourth, the Act has also given us powers to guide building committees on procedural matters. 5, make complaints to the police relating to building matters for investigations. And lastly, to refer complaints concerning professionals to professional bodies as appropriate. Now we have incidences where professionals do not do their work diligently. So now the law gives us powers to write their professional bodies, inform their professional bodies. That is the Engineers Registration Board, the Surveyors Registration Board, the Architects Registration Board, to raise complaints about the conduct of such professionals. The third amendment we want the public to take note of is to do with the powers of the building committees. The amendment has also expanded enforcement powers of the building committee to include powers to demolish or order evacuation of buildings constructed in contravention of the Act and regulations. Previously, the building committee could only order demolition in writing where deemed necessary. However, it did not have the power to cause the demolition in the case of errant developers, most importantly, for safety reasons. The other amendment is to do with building permit issuance. A building committee may now issue a decision approving, deferring, or rejecting a building permit application. The amendment seeks to clarify on matters of deferral as follows. 1, an applicant now has 12 months within which to submit documentation requested for by the building committee, after which the application shall expire. 2, no further fees shall be paid for submission of required documents upon deferral. The amendments also elaborates on extension of building permits in which a person is required to apply to the building committee at least 30 days prior to the expiry of the permit for grant of extension of the same. For clarity, upon receipt of a permit, building operation ought to commence within 12 months and to be complete within 60 months from the date of commencement. If due to unforeseen circumstances, one is unable to comply with the 60-month period, they are at liberty to apply for an extension of time within which to complete the building operation. The other amendment is to do with complaint resolution. The Act now gives powers to the board to resolve complaints at second instance. A person that has any building-related complaint shall report it firstly to the accounting officer. This can be the COW of a district or the town clerk at an urban council for resolution. The accounting officer shall accordingly instruct the building committee to take action. Where the building committee fails to act, even after intervention of the accounting officer, the board may then be engaged. The other amendment is to do with the use of unconventional methods, technologies, and materials in building operations. Previously, the Act provided only for prohibition of unsafe building methods and materials by the Honorable Minister, and that is the Minister of Works and Transport. And this, for example, gave rise to the prohibition of the steel, timber, concrete, composite building method. I hope all of us have heard about the STC. Some of the people call it building with steel, building with timber, but Hudson will come and explain more about this method. This method was deemed unsafe for use after rigorous studies were conducted concerning it. The amendment expands the provision not only to prohibit, but also to encourage innovation by providing for the approval of use of non-conventional methods, materials, and technologies in building operations. Innovators are now encouraged to apply in a process that shall be stipulated in the regulations for their various building-related innovations to be studied and recognized through gazetting for use by the public. Another amendment, which is also very critical, is to do with the increment in penalties for various building-related offenses. The purpose of the increased penalties is to make them more deterrent so as to achieve the purpose of the Act, which is to ensure planned, safe, decent structures built in harmony with the environment. The effects of the listed offenses are far-reaching, therefore, non-compliance ought to be amply penalized. Let's start with building without a permit. Regardless of the class, our buildings, according to the regulations we have now, are classified into 3 classes. We have Class A, which has all public buildings. It has buildings that go beyond 12 meters high, and those buildings that are in very sensitive ecosystem areas. That is Class A. We also have Class B, where most of us fall. Our residential and commercial structures fall under Class B, and these are buildings that go beyond 30 square meters in floor area, and they don't exceed 12 meters high. But also have the last category of building or classification of buildings, that is Class C. These are the smallest buildings that don't go beyond 30 square meters in floor area. So that is how our buildings are classified. So what is the penalty for building without a permit? Previously, the penalty was 50 currency point or 2 years imprisonment, but now it has been increased to 2 currency points per square meter of the built-up area or 5 years imprisonment or both. Building after the expiry of a building permit. The penalty has been increased from 25 currency points or imprisonment for 13 months or both to a further 2 currency point and a further 2 currency point for each day the offense continues after notice is given. Now the increment is to 2 currency points per square meter of the built-up area after expiry of the building permit. How about building using prohibited methods, like the STC I talked about earlier? The penalty has increased from 48 currency points or 2 years imprisonment or both to 5 currency points per square meter of the built-up area using a prohibited method. Liability for causing accidents. I told you of a building that collapsed in Machindye, where the so-called professional was a senior for lever with a certificate in bricklaying. So, liability in causing such an accident. The penalty previously was 288 currency points or 12 years imprisonment or both. But now this has been increased to 50 currency points or 12 years imprisonment or both. For some of us who maybe don't know what a currency point is equivalent to, each currency point is 20,000 shillings. So those are the penalties. Now, what next after the amendment? This is a question that Ugandans have been asking. Is the law in force? Are we already in the field enforcing? So what next? As required by the Act, the next step is developing the regulations to operationalize the amendment. And this is ongoing. Regulations to guide on matters of demolition, procedure for approval of the use of non-conventional technologies and materials, express penalties for strict liability offenses, and complaints resolutions, among others, require to be developed. Ultimately, the Building Code 2 shall be revised to reflect the amendments in the law. What are the opportunities we have and the call to action for the legal professionals? 1. In light of these reforms, the Building Control Amendment Act 2026 presents significant opportunities for the legal profession to play a central role in strengthening safety and compliance within the built environment. Uganda Law Society and its members are uniquely positioned to support the operationalization of the Act by participating in the development and review of subsidiary legislations and enforcement procedures. There is also a critical opportunity for advocates to provide legal guidance on compliance, advise developers and professionals on emerging obligations, support dispute resolution at both local and national levels, and contribute to the interpretation and application of the law in enforcement actions. We therefore invite Uganda Law Society to actively engage with the National Building Review Board and other stakeholders in this reform process by supporting legal awareness and sensitization, strengthening enforcement through legal expertise, and promoting accountability within the sector. In doing so, the legal profession will not only contribute to the effective implementation of the law, but also play a pivotal role in safeguarding lives, property, and public confidence in Uganda's built environment. I beg to submit.
Very clear, very unequivocal, and in the list of words, very, very astute in what has been shared. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Herbert Ziwa for this presentation. We have been educated, and this is exactly what the Radical New Bar under the Rule of Law Department does, to bring the law to the people for better understanding as it is required under the mandate given unto us by the Uganda Law Society Act, Section 3, C, and D. We are very, very humbled to receive this kind of guidance, especially because the act that has only been passed is new and affects all of us. In his presentation, you can also realize that he touched so many hearts of ours, either your relative, friend, in-law, brother, sister, mother, uncle, or auntie. And this is exactly what the Radical New Bar does, to bring the law to the people. And if you realize, we're going to go back a little to highlight the aspects where there has been tragedy that we hardly forget, because what matters, especially in this life, is the feeling that you get when something happens. For you, most likely not to forget, because you were either hurt or you saw it in the news. And we remember in 2020, the 5-storied building that collapsed in Machindi that he alluded to, which killed 13 people. You know, the professional on site was a senior 4-lever with a certificate in bricklaying from a technical institute. Now imagine this is an individual who is determining the lives of so many families, regardless of the individuals that are working over there. And look at the number of people who passed away. May their souls continue to rest in peace. You know, that doesn't remain nice to you once you realize that story could have been averted, or that scenario could have been averted. He also mentioned the Budo school fire. We have students with us here who we are going to introduce very shortly. But imagine students, the Budo school fire in 2008, where 19 pupils, you know, very, very promising souls, perished. In 2013, 7 pupils perished in a fire at Kasana Junior in Masaka. And in 2022, another 11 pupils burned to ashes at Salama School for the Blind in Mukono. Guys, this is very, very disturbing. Now that can lay for you a foundation as to where we are coming from, or rather, where the enactment of the act is coming from, to enable that these lives, one, were never to be lost, that they are never going to be lost again, and that there should be gaps filled wherever they are recognized. We would like to very much thank you for the discussion, very, very interactive, very down to earth, because it affects us. And of course, we would like to simply highlight the functions of the National Building Review Board. Now, this board, we realize, is having to do so much work, and without the powers that, as we have seen in the Amendment Act, has now, you know, given them a little more work, a little more powers to execute their duties. Their functions have been increased. Of course, we would like to request that those that are joining us and the advocates, those physically present and those that are online, to easily download that act. I think we shall get information from the board as to the whereabouts to get the act so that you can, espouse yourself with that information. The functions have been redefined, the powers have been increased, and the powers of the building committees, they have been taken down to a local level so that you don't have to come to Ministry of Works headquarters at Kampala, and yet there is buildings across the country, say Moroto, say Arua, say Kabale, and all those places. Imagine the line that would have been the case if all cases were reported to the building committee in Kampala. Building permit issuance. There is the story that I began the day with, that gentleman who made so much money and tried to, rushingly put up a structure because it was a dream for him, and any one of us would have done so. You get some money, and very fast, before you know it, before you want to get back to your landlord being knocking at your door, you build a structure regardless of the regulations, regardless of the permit issuance, regardless of the building committee. That is exactly what leads to what we just said was a tragedy. So this guy built his house, and before 1 month or 2 months, there were cracks in the building. We are seated right now on the second floor. Imagine there were, for lack of a better word, a tragedy to come upon us because we employed what we commonly call as a fundi. A fundi is some vernacular word to mean, those potters, those guys who are helping to construct but are not necessarily a professional at the work. And we are, in this building and something like that happens, it would be very bad. We're trying to ask, how better can we do it? Yes, the complaints resolution, there's always going to be complaints, and we want to have a better way, and the judiciary, in liaison with the other JLOS partners, have been pushing for arbitration and mediation, and these government departments are all being encouraged to embed in whatever they're doing the aspect of arbitration and mediation. So yes, that is a very welcome amendment. The use of unconventional methods, technologies, and materials in building operations. That is a little technical, but bottom line is there is something being done. We might not get so much into the detail right now because, of course, we have so much else to listen into, but we have some work going on. Yes, the increment of penalties for various offenses. Whenever you make a mistake, it shouldn't just be, left to go scot-free because you have cost people's lives, people's livelihoods. There should be a penalty because, anyway, ignorance is no defense. For the students in here, you're going to learn that there's no defense if you don't know something. You better find out before you can indulge into anything. So yes, we have been asked into what next. There is continuation of implementation by way of developing regulations to operationalize the amendment because it has to be seen to be working. It cannot only be remaining on paper. So yes, we welcome the gesture that there is still work ongoing for that individual who is wondering if you're going to be arrested or you're going to be stopped from building. If you don't have your things right, get ready. It's going to be trouble if you don't do it the right way. Yeah, so the opportunities and the call for action for the legal profession, we said earlier on that the Radical New Bar is here to bring you opportunities. And for the lawyers that are watching us out there and those that are here physically, the opportunity is here. It is about time that you start to look for clients in regard to operationalization this thing, because now at the end of the day we want to see that there is a partnership between the NBRB and the members of Uganda Law Society. The Uganda Law Society is simply an umbrella that of course brings together over 7,000 advocates, and that is exactly the opportunity that the two different stakeholders in the development of the country and in ensuring justice is obtained has to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the board representation that has come to bring us this information. Yes, thank you. We are still going on. While we were at it, we were joined by very, very distinguished guests, among us whom include the council members have joined us from the Radical New Back Council. We have, in representation of the council, we have the council member representative from Central, and that is Advocate Alexander Luley, who has joined us in this building. Thank you so much for making time. We're really, really grateful. And thereafter, we were joined by Elder Omiat Emmanuel, who is the council representative from the north. He is with us in the building. Thank you so much. And beyond that, we were joined by the head of ideology. That is at the Radical New Bar, Munagomba Yasin. Thank you so much, Advocate, for joining us. But again, very interestingly, for those that are online, we have been joined by a bunch of students who are interested in pursuing the profession of law from Chitante Hill School. You are very, very, very welcome to the building. We are so humbled to receive you. We're exceedingly grateful that you have chosen to pursue the course. And we're going to use this opportunity because, of course, we know that you're students and you're all looking beautiful. Clap for yourselves, guys. I would have expected more from the younger children or the children that are here. Clap for yourselves big, man. You guys don't seem to know where you are. Are you aware of where you are? You're at the Uganda Law Society. The dream come true for some of you, I want to imagine. So we are here to, one, welcome you, and two, speak to you. Amidst the short notice, we still have enough in stock for you. We're going to use the opportunity just before the other session to delve into a little bit of career guidance and encouragement and inspiration that is going to come from none other than the council members who have made it. You can't imagine what it means to be spoken to by a governing council member of the Radical New Bar of the Uganda Law Society. Now that doesn't come easy because anywhere else you would either have to pay for it or, I don't know, load some data to get them online. But believe me, we have them before us and we are going to be hearing from them one at a time. We would like to, in a very special way, thank the administration of Chitante Hill School for taking the initiative and continuing to interact with us through the head of the Legal Aid Project, Ms. Sheila Turia Singura, who is not in the building, who brought forth the idea, and we welcomed it because at the end of the day, we are the Radical New Bar, but also the Uganda Law Society that is here to bring the law to the people and also help the government to administer justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do the honors to welcome, but I would like you to join me to welcome Advocate Alexander Luley to speak to the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Wana MC. Good morning, everyone. Are you okay? That's good. I would want to appreciate and recognize our president, Mr. Isaac Senior Counsel, Semakade Chimaze. Thanks for spearheading and leading us well and giving us the opportunity like this one some of us never had during the leadership that was there then. I would want to appreciate my fellow council members, the colleagues that are out there watching online and the ones here, our panel members and everyone. Please, thank you very much. Now to the students. This is Uganda Law Society House. This is the central, this is the Nakasero of lawyers. Many of you would want to be advocates, I believe. Is that right? Oh, good. Then, being an advocate, there are very many things you have to consider. You people are lucky. During our times, we used to even hear something, a word called Uganda Law Society, and we're asking ourselves, what is it? What is it even about? But we had the urge and interest of becoming lawyers at one time. And we finally made it. It is a dream that you should keep burning. It is a candle that you should never let stop lightening. When you become a lawyer, being a lawyer is offering service. It is a calling. You don't do law because you've gotten good points or because the parents want you to become a lawyer. You should feel it. Why? Because when you get out there, you are supposed to give it, you are going to give it your best. If you don't give it your best, you will be doing a disservice to the people you intend to serve. Being a lawyer involves reading. I know some of you don't want to hear that. You want to be a lawyer, you have to keep reading. From now up to the time you will stop being a lawyer, you'd never stop reading. And one amazing thing is when you become a lawyer, no one is going to tell you to read. Like they wake you up in the night, they tell you go for preps, you have to revise. No. When you want to become a lawyer, there are very many things that a lawyer does. Can any of you tell me what a lawyer does? After someone has studied law, what can they become? Any of you has any ideas? No, if you have an answer, you raise it up. You raise your hand up. That is one lesson to learn about lawyers. A lawyer should not be afraid of saying out what they... Because you're going to fight for people's rights. You start by fighting for your rights. Okay. Is that taken home? So you start from the time you're in class. They ask for an answer. You have an idea. Don't be afraid to say it out. Because we always learn from our mistakes. Before I go any further, I would want to recognize and thank the head of department, Chitante, the head of the Department of History, for bringing this young generation to us. Thank you very much. You should clap for your teacher. So when you are studying law, that degree is called LLB, or Bachelor of Laws. Okay? And when you become a lawyer, the training is for 4 years. The bachelor's is for 4 years. After the 4 years, you go for a postgraduate diploma. It is also for 1 year. So in total, they are 5 years. That is if you don't get a misfortune of repeating a year. Law is not hard, but still it is not simple. Yeah. It is what you decide to make it. Okay? When you study law, you can become an advocate, like myself, who goes to court and you plead for people's cases. In vernacular Uganda, okuwoza emisango. You can become a state attorney, omuwolereza wa government. You can become a judicial officer, omulamuzi. You can become very many things. Okay? So let no one tell you that there are no more jobs for lawyers. Okay? You have to keep the candle doing what? Burning. We still need very many of you. You heard what the recent presenter was talking about. This law that has been passed, it needs lawyers to come, and we have various fields that still require lawyers. Okay? So don't lose it. You can become a lawyer. But like I've said, don't become a lawyer for bad things or reasons. Don't study to become a lawyer simply because you want to be rich. They have told you lawyers are always rich. Yeah, lawyers are rich. And lawyers, by the way, know everything apart from poverty. Have you ever heard of that? Yes, lawyers know everything apart from poverty. A lawyer doesn't know how to be poor. But how do you achieve that? by doing what is expected of you. Do only right things. Don't follow that perception of lawyers are liars. It is not true. Lawyers don't lie. If you want to become a lawyer simply because you want to be a good lawyer, you are going for the wrong profession. You do something else. A lawyer helps people to get justice. A lawyer helps people to fight for their rights. I will tell you a story that was told to me by my professor, one of my professors. This was a gentleman who came in class and he was teaching human rights. And he randomly picked up one person. He asked him, "What's your name?" What made me pick that is because we share the name of that student who was a victim. He said, "I'm Alexander. Alexander, I don't want you in my class anymore. Don't you ever come here. Get out." Alexander went out. All the students kept quiet. At the end of the day, at the end of the lesson, the professor asked them, "Do you think it was fair for me to dismiss Alexander out of class?" Do you know what the students answered? What would be your answer? No. Indeed, they all said no. Then he asked them, "If I was not right, why didn't you tell me then?" He's teaching them of human rights, enforcement of rights. So this Alexander's rights were violated because the teacher told this student to get out without any reason whatsoever. So he told them, often we always keep quiet when others are being oppressed. And we keep quiet because it is not us. So the rest of the classroom kept quiet and they didn't mind, simply because it was not them being chased away. But this was their colleague. Imagine if that was the habit of the professor, and he would start with 1 out of 40. Within 40 days, the class would be empty, not so? Would that be right? So if you want to be a lawyer, you have to learn how to fight for people's rights. If you see something wrong, come out and speak out. It starts from now when you are at school. But as you're doing that, be considerable of the school regulations. You don't overdo it, because you will be dismissed. Okay? Yeah, so there's a lot that I need to tell you that involves being a lawyer. But that is one of the things, that is the main. You become a lawyer, you should not forget enforcement of people's rights. Do what is right. Don't allow to be used. Okay? Don't allow to be used as a lawyer in whatever capacity you will be serving as. Whether as a judicial officer, whether as some officer on the various committees. There are various committees that have membership of lawyers, where for that committee to be complete, a lawyer must sit there, and they think you know the law. That's the assumption. And of course it is true, you know the law. So don't be used to oppress others. But you want to study law, reading is a culture. It's very unfortunate you may not get a chance of listening to our president, Mr. Isaac Semakade. He's one of the most brilliant beings I've ever seen. When he starts speaking, you see a lot of wisdom coming out of someone we should all emulate too. If you know, don't keep quiet. Okay? You should always share. Another story is, this one goes to you, the students. When one candle in a room is lighting, it gives light, but the light is not enough. Just imagine this big room with one candle. Is the light enough? But can you say there is no light? Now imagine if every one of you had a candle, and that candle picks light from this one candle. Does this candle lose anything? It doesn't. But what happens to the room? It gets more light. So whenever you have something, don't be hesitant to share it with the rest. Okay? That's all I can tell you for now and for the few minutes I have gotten. Let me ask my colleague to come and also share, give you more that I have not said.
Thank you very much. My colleague, Council Member, Central Region, Alexander. I will observe the protocol already laid here. And I want to thank our guests who are here with us. Thank you for being here and sparing time. I want to thank you, the students who are here, and the leadership from Chitante. You can clap for yourself for being here. In a special way, I also want to add my voice to the voice of my colleague to thank our Commander-in-Chief, the President of Uganda Law Society, and all the council members. Because of commitment, a number of them are elsewhere. I think others are online. And I also want to thank the participants who are online. Thank you for always participating. Every Thursday when we have Radical Newbar live here at the Command Center, Uganda Law Society's house. And everyone who are involved today, the media and the staff at Uganda Law Society. My name is Emmanuel Egaro Omiat. I represent the lawyers of Northern Uganda. I also okay, thank you. Height was becoming a problem. Thank you for saving me. Okay, I practice law. I'm a senior managing partner of a law firm called Egaro and Company Advocates. We are based in Lira and also with a branch at Masindi. Anyone from the north here? Especially among the students, can you? Okay, Kopango. Okay, thank you very much. I know I really have very short time because I think we have a line of guests who are to talk to us, and I'm here to add my voice on the voice of my colleague as we give career guidance. You are very lucky that you can have people who can talk to you. You have your teachers and leaders at school who are so much concerned about you and concerned about your future. Some of us did not get that opportunity. Somehow God helped us and we found ourselves in the right direction and achieving what we wanted to be. Personally, I developed love for law because our home was next to the home of a magistrate. So I used to admire how the magistrate would come home, people follow him, and he would move himself. And then finally, I got that strong conviction one time when I went to visit my father. He had some small school in Lira. And so I'd gone to pick school fees. I was sent from home. From school because of school fees. So when I reached his office, he had a private school. And so I found him sweating, panicking, and confused, and he didn't know what to do. But he had a paper in his hand that he was reading. So he saw me, but you could see a confused man. And I was like, what is going on with my father today? Little did I know that he had received what we call a demand notice. Have you heard of a demand notice of intention to sue from a lawyer? Yes, there was a student who had misbehaved at school. So at the time, there was a lot of corporal punishment. So I think the teachers had given some good strokes to this particular student. Now, this student, after the beating, the student decided to go home and report to the father. The father was some well-established person in society. So the father went to a lawyer who wrote a very strong letter, strongly worded letter. We are going to sue you, we are going to, you know those things you see from the lawyers, you know? And so I knew my father as a very strong person and someone that could not easily get scared by anything. But that small piece of a letter from a lawyer, just one paper like this, you know, I saw what, and I was like, okay, now, I think this is the cause. If just a mere paper, just a few lines of words, my father can panic and be in this kind of condition, then I need to pursue this course. Eventually, I developed the love and I joined the university and pursued law. And I've been practicing for the last 15 years. Now, with that background, I'm happy to know that we are meeting students who want to pursue law. Or majority of you are interested in pursuing law. I'm not going to repeat what my colleague has already told you about, what law is, what legal practice is all about. I've learned, okay, for the time I've been practicing law, or for the time I've existed in this world, there are things that I've learned that I believe can be of help to you, especially you who are still students. Okay? I'll just pick on 3, which I think put together leads to success. There are many others, but for me, if you ask me, what do you tell us what has placed you where you are? Number 1, I'll tell you, discipline. The second one, I'll tell you, hard work. And the third one, God, or the fear of God, believing in God. There are many others, but I picked on those 3 because I believe when you observe those 3, indeed you can attain the success that you would want. And out of those 3, I just want to pick on one and talk about it briefly for a very short time. I don't know how many minutes I have, but I know I have like 5. About there, 3 to 5 there. Yes, so I'll talk about discipline, which I think is very important for you who are students. When you hear discipline, it sounds like it's obvious, isn't it? So obvious, discipline, you have to be disciplined. And I would talk more about self-discipline. If you want to achieve your goals, you want to reach where you want to reach, you want to become great people, great lawyers, you can be a practicing lawyer, can be magistrate, can be a judge, you can be a company secretary, you can, so much. Law can take you to, you can do so much. Activist, you can go to NGO world and human rights and all that. But I would say, even after school, you still need this. Even when you're already a professional, you need self-discipline, okay? And so what is self-discipline? Self-discipline is the ability for one to control and regulate their own impulses, emotions, behaviors, in order to achieve the desired goal. I'll say it again. Self-discipline is the ability for one to control, regulate their own impulses, emotions, and behaviors in order to achieve the desired goal. Have you already set goals as students? Do you know where you want to be? It's very possible that you are just there. After all, your parents are paying fees. You're going to study and see what happens, isn't it? Okay? You don't have to wait until you reach, say, university, then you need to set goals right now. And so, self-discipline involves making choices in life. Okay? And setting both long-term and short-term goals. And so, self-discipline calls for perseverance and willingness to delay what we call gratification in pursuit of your dreams. You see, you are now students, right? First, thank God for even having that opportunity of being a student. There are many people who would wish to be where you are, but they are unable. They are unable because of very many reasons, including their parents are unable to afford or pay their school fees. Okay? And so, there are many things that seems like things that can give you gratification, happiness, and what, and yet they are short-lived. So, self-discipline will teach you that now you need to discern. Are you going for things that gives you happiness now? Getting involved in things that doesn't help you, and yet you have what? A dream to pursue. Okay? And so, it calls for self-awareness. Knowing who you are, knowing what you want to be. Like we have heard you want to be lawyers. That means you need to establish or set in some routines, things that you are going to start what? Doing and following and taking. Yes. And so it starts now. My colleague Xander told you that if you want to be a good lawyer, you want to do this course, you need to start knowing that you need to read. Okay? And so you need to start to manage your time to be effective. You need to start to be accountable. What people call accountability starts with you. Are you accountable to yourself? Are you accountable to your parents? Are you accountable to people around you? It starts what? It starts now. Okay? Self-control. As students, you have so much temptation. Okay? There are many things that, might want to take you away from the right path. But are you going to persist and ensure that you don't find yourself outside? Self-discipline calls for resilience. Even as you pursue your dream, there might be a number of setbacks. But are you able to bounce back? Sometimes you fail exams. Are you going to give up and say, now, you see, you should be able to bounce back. Certain things will happen that will tend to, keep you off the track. Are you going to say, now I'm finished? No, you need to bounce back. And so it is very important that you be focused, know what you want to achieve, and then with hard work, with prayers, I believe God will help all of you, and you will achieve your dreams. Now, in 1 minute, I'll just say a few quotes which I think are very relevant, in line with what we are discussing, in line with what I'm talking about. That is self-discipline. I'll say a few quotes which I think are very important. Number 1, the more disciplined you become, the easier life gets. The more disciplined you become, the easier life gets. This was said by a gentleman called Steve Pavila. The other one is, there are several, I'll make 3 or 4 quotes and I'll end it at there. The second quote, which I think is very important, is that discipline is choosing between what you want now. Choosing between what you want now and what you want most. Choosing between what you want now and what you want most. You have heard of Abraham Lincoln. That is a quote that was said by him. The other one is, success is nothing more than a few simple discipline. Success is nothing more than a few simple discipline. Practice every day. Practice every day. This quote was made by Jim Rohn. And lastly, in the interest of time, the pain of discipline is nothing like the pain of disappointment. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, thank you so much for listening to me. Our students, I wish you the best. May God help you achieve your dreams. Thank you very much.
A bigger round of applause for the big man. As you've seen him, he has delivered more than what you expected, I want to imagine, because he has spoken so much into all the aspects that you want to imagine are important for your development. The most important are the takeaways eventually for him from the sayings. The more disciplined you become, the easier life gets. Patience is one of the virtues of life, and I thank you for being patient and listening into them. I cannot add to what they've said because, 1, the experience has spoken, if you can imagine. 2, they are our leaders, and we are best suited to listen into our leaders. We'd like to thank you so much, council members, for the presentations. They also came in as our elders because, as you've noticed, they are the leaders, and these are the formation of the Council of the Radical New Bar. The Council of the Radical New Bar is the governing body that runs the society, especially the political arm, for a period of 2 years, which is always moved up for another term depending on how they perform and also how the members vote. So we have been very, very busy listening into career guidance. We're hoping that that information and wisdom shared can be used by you, beautiful ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that you will use the information to, make decisions about the next step of your careers in your lives. We were also joined by lawyers from IUIU, Mr. Alexander Lule and Mr. Miet. Yes, governing council members, we were joined by students from IU and also Makerere University, but also from KIU, just for you to know the relationship between the Uganda Law Society and the general students of Uganda is that we are also present in their lives as far as interaction is concerned through our mandate. As we ensure access to justice, we also establish rule of law clubs in the different lower institutions of learning. So yes, in secondary schools, we are present. In the universities, we are present. And for that matter, we have tried to ensure that we grow with the students so that their mentorship and their interaction with lawyers is seamless as they prepare to come out and make the world a better place. Thank you so much. I would like also to recognize the presence of the head of department of history in the school of Chitante Hill School, which is the reason that we are here, especially the students. Mr. Dumba Michael, thank you so much for coming to bring the students to us. We'd like to thank you. We shall be recognizing you later in the time as time goes by, because you've intimated to us that the students have some little more time with us, and we want to use this moment with you to give you as much information as we can. Right about now, we're going to get into a very brief session of question and answer for the National Building Review Board presentation, because as you were presenting and as we had said before, there has been a host of questions for the members who presented, and I'm also informed reliably that they are ready for the same. We would like also, yes, to recognize, as was recognized by Mr. Herbert Ziwa, Ms. Joan Atuke, and Hudson Mutalia. We are going to be interacting with you. We are going to be taking questions from the members online, especially those online. We want to thank you. Continue to send your questions, because this is an interactive engagement, and would like to request that you activate the microphone that is before you by pressing the button that is white or gray or silver, and the questions will be read unto you in a way that you can take note of them and then see how to help us answer them in the benefit of the public. Yes, we have number one, Miss Nakanjako Ida. Thank you so much, Ida, for reaching out unto us. We continue to thank you all. And her question, which I'm not going to direct to particular members, I think you will, figure it from that side because there's not been any particular questioning. The question reads, for the benefit of the audience, what was fundamentally broken or insufficient in the previous Building Control Framework that made the Building Control Amendment Act 2026 necessary? I'll repeat, maybe for you to appreciate, for the benefit of the audience, what was fundamentally broken or insufficient in the previous Building Control Framework that made the Building Control Amendment Act 2026 necessary? Thank you so much, Ida. I want to imagine you're going to get a very good answer to your question. We got a question from Advocate Sevuliva Solomon. Thank you so much, Solomon, for reaching out unto us. And the question goes as number 2. What safeguards exist to ensure that increased regulatory power does not translate into bureaucratic overreach or abuse? I'll repeat the question. What safeguards exist to ensure that increased regulatory power does not translate into bureaucratic overreach or abuse? Thank you so much, Mr. Solomon. I hope you get that answer. I'm sure you will anyway. We have a question from Mr. Okelo Musa. Yes, Musa, your question is quite intriguing and interesting. And the question goes, it's very open. I hope we're together, please. I hope I'm not so fast. We're good? Thank you. Yes, who bears the greatest liability under the new framework? Who bears the greatest liability under the new framework? Is it the developer? Is it the contractor? Or is it the approving authority? Who bears the greatest liability under the new framework? Is it the developer, the contractor, or the approving authority? And we didn't stop there. Mr. Ezra Turiahavwe, is also asking, in practical terms, how will enforcement be carried out, especially in informal or rapidly developing urban areas? A very critical question, because this is where we are going. In practical terms, how will enforcement be carried out, especially in informal or rapidly developing urban areas? Thank you so much, Ezra, for the question that you've asked. I'm sure he's going to get a very good answer. While we were at that, Mr. Wanda Bernard asked a question, and it goes, for an ordinary Ugandan intending to build a home, which is majority of the members of the public, what has changed from start to finish in the approval of compliance processes? For an ordinary Ugandan intending to build a home, what has changed from start to finish in the approval of compliance processes? He continues to ask the same person, Mr. Wanda Bernard. He asks, how will this law affect the cost of construction? How will this law affect the cost of construction? Should we expect compliance to make building significantly more expensive? He asks, how will this law affect the cost of construction? Should we expect compliance to make building significantly more expensive? Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. We also had a question from Miss Alice Violet. Miss Alice Violet, thank you so much for your question. And she's asking, one of the biggest challenges has been public ignorance of building standards, which I think we alluded to, if you remember from the beginning of the session. One of the biggest challenges has been public ignorance of building standards. What deliberate steps are being taken to educate the public? What deliberate steps are being taken to educate the public? I want to imagine we have one of the answers in what is happening right now, but let's listen from the experts. Is that right? Yes, thank you. Our last question, they're still coming in. I can see they're coming in. Thank you guys for the questions. Our last question for now is coming from Miss Shamim Nambasa. Miss Shamim Nambasa is asking, how will the board ensure transparency in inspections and approvals to minimize corruption risks? Very intriguing question. I'm sure you guys are going to give us the answer. The question reads once again, how will the board ensure transparency in inspections and approvals to minimize corruption risks? I hope I haven't overloaded you with questions, and I'm sure you have an able team with you, Mr. Ziwa. Kindly go for it. The microphone before you can be activated with that button, the silver button, please.
Thank you so much, Robert, and thank you so much, the audience, for the questions you've raised. Very intriguing, and they indicate and show the interest you have in this law. I'll invite Joan, our senior legal officer, to respond to some of the questions, and Hudson. Then finally, I'll respond to the question of sensitization, educating the public about this law. Joan.
Thank you for the questions. I feel that they are very crucial at the stage at which we're at in the amendment of the law, having been recently assented to. So thank you very much for these great questions. I'm going to start with Miss Ida Nakanjako. What was insufficient in the Act, and what did the amendment seek to resolve? Ida, if you are listening in closely to the speech that was given by Mr. Herbert in the beginning, it did address some of these queries that brought about the amendment. Number one, firstly, in the Act as it is, CAP 136, the Building Control Act 2013, that was revised, and now CAP 136. The penalties, that was a big issue. We've seen that there have been many accidents, building-related accidents. Sorry, Thank you. Yes, Ms. Ida Nakanjako. What was insufficient in the Act? Like Herbert alluded to earlier, there were so many loopholes, I would call them, that so many gray areas in the Act as it currently is prior to the amendment. I will, for example, state building committees. Let me start there. Under the Act, CAP 136, there is an entity called a building committee. This building committee is located at every district and urban authority, and this committee is the one that is empowered to scrutinize your building plans and then give you permission through a building permit or occupation permit. This committee was comprised of about 11 members, and when we look at the nitty-gritties of the law, quorum was difficult to attain with the composition as it was. So one of the insufficiencies is this committee that is supposed to give us a decision within 30 days, quorum cannot be met legally, and by default is affecting the validity of the decisions. The other thing is, on this committee, there was part of the membership an accounting officer, which accounting officer is supposed to appoint these members of the committee. So in the event that I have any dissatisfaction with any activities of this committee, who then do I run to if the same person who is appointing them is also part of the same committee? There are issues of conflict of interest. Another thing is that certain positions were not clearly spelled out, which made standardization of issuing of decisions in building control quite difficult. You're going to see that what is maybe happening in Kampala City is different from Mukono, is different from, so how do we achieve standardization in decision making? That is one of the issues that was considered. So you will see that under the amendment, building committee composition is now different. It has been made leaner and is composed only of technical persons. These technical persons that are believed to have the expertise to assess the plans and give them to you in a timely manner. The Act has done away with political composition, political representation on the building committee. Another insufficiency that we saw earlier was that, yes, the Act provided for functions of the board, but in exercising those functions, what is the limitation of what power do you have? So the Act is saying you can monitor building developments, but then what is the resultant? What is the result of your monitoring? Do I monitor from my desk? Can I monitor realistically a building without having powers to enter a site? This is one of the inadequacies that was there, and this is what birthed the enhanced functions and also enhanced powers of the board. We also saw instances from when Herbert mentioned about the past building-related accidents. They've caused loss of lives. In some instances, schools have burnt down. We've lost lives of students, of pupils, of children. So the outcry as to safety of these structures is imminent. When a person's life is lost, a lady or a gentleman, we've killed a whole generation. That person's children who are relying on them for not only economic and maybe emotional support, that life is gone. You've killed a whole village that was relying on this person, for economic support, and generally you've killed a whole generation. The penalty was as low as 1 million Uganda shillings. Imagine I erect a 20-story structure, or maybe not even 20-story structure. Let me think about my home, the house that Robert mentioned earlier, of the gentleman You're quickly trying to construct your house because you have some money on you. You try to finish it in 3 months without professional guidance, and that same house gets cracks and collapses. We have investigated accidents at the board where someone's own house has killed them. Imagine. So the penalty for causing loss of lives, we are currently, let's say, in the ULS house. If on the negative side anything were to happen, the penalty was previously only 1 million shillings. So that is something that by the time someone is able to erect a building of this nature, or even erect their house, something that would easily breed corruption. So the penalty has now been enhanced to make it more deterrent. That among many others, among other penalties that were mentioned by Herbert. This, I believe, and maybe others that my colleagues, in case I've missed out, were some of the insufficiencies that informed the amendment. Maybe also to note is complaints resolution. We see that the board did not have powers to resolve complaints. This was loosely provided under the regulations, but not under the Parent Act. And so now it has opened up a platform for complaints resolution. You're now free to approach the board on any matter relating to a building or building operation. The recourse has been provided. And in the alternative, where a building committee delays to give you a decision on a building permit application, on an occupation permit application, now a new layer of complaints resolution has been introduced. You can now approach the accounting officer so that you can easily be heard for ease of the process, as opposed to coming all the way to Kampala, for example, to be heard by the National Building Review Board. So the complaints resolution has also been made easier. It is now being resolved by the accounting officer, and only where you're dissatisfied with that decision may you then approach the board on appeal. This, among others, is part of the insufficiencies that were there previously in the Act as it currently is. Mr. Sebuliva Solomon, what safeguards exist to ensure increased regulatory power does not translate into abuse of power? I would like to actually start here. For the students in the audience, if you want to become lawyers, you have to always refer to what is in the law. You have to refer to what is in black and white. Don't make up things from your mind. So I would like to go to the law as it is, and I'll give an example. Section 28A of the amendment speaks to powers of building committees. This didn't exist before. And like we said, there were functions of the building committee, but no powers really. So the amendment is saying something. A building committee shall, in the performance of its functions, have the power to demolish or order the evacuation of buildings constructed in contravention of this act and the conditions prescribed by the minister by regulations. So we see here that much as a power has been granted to the building committees to cause evacuation, to cause demolition, this is not arbitrarily done. It has to be spelt in the relevant regulations in order for them to be able to do so in line with the law. And ladies and gentlemen, much as the Act has been amended, the regulations do not exist currently. They are being developed, and this is why we called to the legal fraternity for contributions as to how these regulations can be developed, what proposals do you have, so that we make it just. And these procedures, backed by science, will be what informs the decisions of the building committee. Other things that my colleague will talk about is the building industry management system, called the BIMS. Currently, one of the achievements of the National Building Review Board is that we have digitalized the building permit approval process. It might seem strange, but it is true and it is functional. From wherever you are in Uganda, even out of Uganda, all you need to do is open an account. Same way you would open a Gmail account, have an account on BIMS, upload the necessary requirements, and submit to the relevant building committee or local authority. And in there, you don't have to interface in person with these building committees. Rather, the same way you've digitally uploaded the plans and all other requirements is the same way you're going to get your building permit approved. This should be within 30 days from the date of application. Mr. Okello states, who bears the greatest liability? And he mentioned many people. Is it the professional? Is it the building owner? Who bears the greatest liability? To that, I would like to refer you, Mr. Okello, to Section 44 of the Building Control Act, CAP 136. I must remind you that this section has existed since 2013, so it is not a new section that is being brought into the Act through the amendment. And that section says any person whose negligence, commission, or omission causes or leads to the occurrence of an accident on a building construction site. Now, what the amendment has done is expand this to include also buildings. So, on a building construction site or building, which results in the injury or death of another person or the destruction of property, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding etc. etc. So we can see that under the Act since 2013, the liability has been on any person who has any duty on this site and does so negligently. We also remember that this offense is, these penalties accrue on conviction. So there will be a process proven by the courts of law where your guilt is either confirmed or not, and that is when the penalty will come into play. So the amendment hasn't changed anything regarding this section besides expanding it to bring liability now to persons who cause accidents on not only a building construction site, but also a building. Hudson here will tell us how we've had so many building accidents investigated for completed buildings. So someone has to be held accountable. And this calls to us professionals who are professionals, even building owners. There are so many obligations under this act for us to adhere to. So if I am a professional and I am maybe supervising the site and it is found that I didn't do my job well, then I can be held accountable. If I'm a building owner and I'm required by the law to employ and retain professionals from the beginning of my construction to the end, then I can be held liable if the building collapses and it is found that I did not even take the step to engage any professionals. So I hope that is clear. Mr. Ezra says, how will enforcement be carried out, especially in informal or rapidly developing areas? Mr. Ezra, one of the powers of the board now is that we can report complaints to the police. But nonetheless, we are also working on regulations. Like I mentioned, the amendment brings in new aspects that have to be operationalized in regulations. So we are working on regulations, and again, I would call upon your support as lawyers to give us input on how these can be made exhaustive and fair and just. I'll give this one to Hudson, Wanda's question. And I believe the rest are for my colleagues to take on. Which one? For the ordinary Ugandan, that was Mr. Wanda's question. For the ordinary Ugandan intending to build a home, what has changed from start to finish? I can answer this from the law, but my colleagues will supplement. Nothing has changed in the process. This law has existed from 2013. It commenced operation in 2018. the same exact procedures that are in the law are what are continuing. The amendment has not changed anything in the process. Rather, what the amendment has even done right now is expand on certain things. For example, there was deferral, a right of deferral of building permit applications by the building committee, but the deferral was not clear. Do I pay more money when I'm submitting the documents that I was requested to resubmit on deferral? The answer is no. So the amendment says you are not required to make any extra payment. Just simply submit that document and the building committee will reconsider. It also says when there's a deferral, you are required to resubmit any documents required by the building committee within a period of 12 months. So you have a year to consider that documents required on deferral, to get them and resubmit. And that application is still the same. You don't pay any money. And also maybe the only thing that it has done is provide for extension of building permits. When you have a building permit, as has always been, even prior to the Building Control Act 2013, building plans lapse after 5 years. And there are scientific reasons for that. Because conditions on site change, also materials deteriorate after time. So you're expected to finish your building within 60 months, which is 5 years. Now in the event, because we're all human beings, in the event or due to unforeseen circumstances, you're not able to complete your building in 5 years, the amendment has instead now provided for the ability for you to extend your permit. You simply go to the building committee, tell them because of X, Y, and Z, COVID came, I'm not able to, and then they will extend your permit for an additional period of time. So that's what the amendment has done. Otherwise, the process is the same. And like I mentioned earlier, we have a new dispute resolution mechanism. I apply to the building committee, they delay to give me a decision. I can now appeal, complain to the accounting officer rather than look for the NBRB all the way in Kampala. Wherever I am, I run to the accounting officer to make sure that dispute is resolved. And if they fail, or if they give me a decision I'm not happy about, then I can appeal. So the Act is bringing dispute resolution closer to the developer. I would think that that is the only changes, those are the only changes that have been brought about by the amendment. Thank you. I would give an opportunity to Hudson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Uganda Law Society, opportunity that you have granted the board to come and share on this piece of legislation, particularly the amendment. To the question as to whether this act and amendment will impact on the cost of construction, I'd like to believe that actually nothing is going to be really, there isn't going to be a greater impact. I'd like to note that before someone constructed, they would get a permit, or perhaps their plans will be approved and they will be expected to pay some money. And then after they have gotten those approvals, they will then proceed to their respective sites for construction. So other than the forces of supply and demand, which entirely changes things, which we may not be in charge of, for us, where I sit, what perhaps we are in charge of is, on the contrary, going to actually bring the cost of permission down. And actually it has done that. Because whereas previously somebody would be paying close to 5,000 per square meter, like we discovered in one of the rural districts, now we have brought the cost of permission to substantially down. And there is a fee structure that now accommodates almost all levels, or perhaps prescribes for different areas in terms of whether you're a city or perhaps whether you're a city, whether you're a municipal council, town council, and the sub-county. And these fees have now been brought down considerably to further, make it affordable for people to have these permissions granted to them by the local authorities. For instance, cities within the precincts of the city, you'll be required to pay both for permit issuance and inspection. At the point of getting a permit, you'll be required just to pay 3,000 shillings per square meter. When you're in a municipal council, it will be put down, 2,200. Then to the municipal councils, 1,700. Down to the town councils, which is, I think, further down, brings it down to 1,500 thereabout. And then the districts and sub-counties, depending on the class of building, you will be maybe 1,000 thereabout. So from where we sit, these fees have now brought down the cost of permission. And of course, it will also make it easy for our developers out there to acquire this permission affordably. So for us, I would think that this law and the amendments are actually trying to bring down the cost of permission down to ensure that developer can actually do what is required of them. The others are just aspects of supply and demand, which we may not be really in control over. Cost of materials is not in our jurisdiction, and things like that. And also, even aspects of professional fees, an architect, all right, an engineer. The engineers and architects are also in charge of their fees. The building control, the national building, the board may not necessarily, that is not the purview of the board. We may not really go that far. So perhaps the other question that might be raised by the Law Society, is there a way the professionals can also help us bring their cost down? Because it is one of the questions that the board also faces. How do we bring the professional fees down to further make it affordable for developers to develop? So from where I sit, to the contrary, our fees, the building control fees, are in place to further bring down of permission. With regards to ignorance of the building standards, I think even this Herbert will speak to it. What steps is the building review board taking? I think maybe you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Violet, for that question. Yes, we acknowledge that there are still gaps in sensitization. We need to reach as far as possible to make sure that Ugandans and the developers out there know this law. That's why we are here, the Uganda Law Society. We appreciate the platform you've given us. But we shall come to you on your radio stations, on your TV stations, in the newspapers, on your social media handles, TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, everywhere. We shall come with information, because you can't have compliance without knowledge. So we are ready to engage, and we call upon you to raise questions. Please feel free. This is our law. Let's engage. When we call you for barazas, please turn up. When we have Twitter spaces, please be on, because when you don't know the law, it becomes a problem when the enforcers come and start enforcing it, because they will not listen to stories of ignorance. So please, let's use the opportunities that are available. When we come to educate you about this law, please be available. Thank you. I think we've exhausted the questions. Maybe Hudson?
Before I answer the question Shamim asked us, just going back, please, we have also developed a calculator, and it's on the National Building Review Board website. Please use it. We have so many cases whereby developers report to us saying that they have been levied fees so exorbitantly. This calculator was developed by the board for that very reason, for you to find out and verify whether the amounts that I'm going to pay or are being levied by different local authorities are actually those that I'm supposed to pay. So let's take the opportunity and use it, the tools that we have. There's a calculator at our disposal. If you feel the calculator is still too difficult for you to use, you can call on us at the board. Just a WhatsApp will be just adequate for us, and we shall guide you on the fees that you're supposed to be paying. Lastly, to the question of Shamim, how will the board ensure transparency in inspections, approval, minimize corruption risks? Automation. One of the things is that automation has, for the longest time, we have operated our tools. It has improved our transparency. It has improved accountability. It has also ensured that those that are the people that are supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing along the value chain or perhaps the ecosystem do exactly that. Of course, and in line with the legal timelines that are provided for in law. So for us, we have embraced automation to help us mitigate some of these risks and also to improve on the aspects of accountability. Inspections must be done. Yes. Do you know what? You can go on the system, even schedule an inspection exercise on the system. You even put a date when you want, even the time when that inspection, you want that inspection to be done. And of course, the building control officer will definitely attend to you and then respond. And then we shall expect a report as to what transpired of that process and inspection. Why? Because in the event that is an issue, the developer will know, the local government and the building committee will know, even us, the board, we shall know. So that if there is an issue, we can all then get a quick fix and a quick solution to an issue that could arise as a result of that. So automation to us is going to help us mitigate most of these challenges. The law, especially in the amendment, has provided for the board to, given it powers to have, to do capacity building, right? To have capacity building strategies in place. And going forward, this is also going to help us build the capacity of local government, the officers involved in the building control process, to ensure that whatever they are doing is within the precincts of the law, and to ensure that they actually are adhering to the provisions and standards as dictated. So we believe that when we do so, automation, improve building capacity, build the capacity of local governments, we shall be able to mitigate some of these challenges and in the process improve compliance across board. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful lecture. Let's get up. I want us to do an icebreaker. She wanted to say something. Yes, let's first do an icebreaker. People are sleeping, and then let's do an icebreaker. Let's all stand up. Yes, my name is Adam Nuamanya, teacher. I teach literature in English. Thank you. Let's do like this. Stand at ease. Yes. I'm going to first demonstrate and make sure you cram, okay? Okay. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Okay? 2 plus 2 equals 4. Okay? 4 plus 4. 1, 2, we go. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 2 equals 4 plus 4 equals. When you are doing 8 now, 8, you are doing 8, okay? One more side, okay? 1 plus 1 equals 2 plus 2 equals the next speaker, you can take over.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Joan, Hudson, and Hubbard. Mr. Hubbard, I didn't know that you had a loaded gun or 2 loaded guns with you behind, and that has been very, very elaborate. And I think we have got a good feel of the questions that have been answered, and we are imagining this time round we have learned, unlearned, and relearned. And that is the purpose of these engagements. So thank you so much once again. We are running much out of time. There is one question that came. Mr. Hubbard, I think you want to take this. I'm going to request that you just give a one-line answer. I know it might not be easy to do that, but Mr. Nabasa Elon is asking, was the continued falling of substandard buildings caused by the old act, or it was the laxity of the government to enforce the act, or the law was not catering for safety of buildings? Does it make sense? Is understood? I repeat, was the continued falling of substandard buildings, say collapsing, right? Of substandard buildings caused by the old act, I wonder, but of course the detail inside there. Or was it the laxity of the government to enforce the act? Or the law was not catering for safety of buildings? We're trying to look for what was causing the collapse, the previous incidents we spoke about earlier on. Very, very shortly, please.
Materials, methods.
2 words. A very simple English, Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Hudson, you've confused us.
I know, man.
Expound.
I think,
yeah.
okay, this person asks if the continued collapses were caused by the old act,
Yes.
laxity of government to enforce,
Yes.
or what was the third thing?
Or the law was not catering for safety of buildings.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Law has always catered for safety. In
Yes.
fact, we have the National Building Code that provides for standards for access for persons with disabilities, structural matters, electrical matters, mechanical. That has existed since 2019. So the standard has always been there. In fact, the amendment seeks to make adherence to that standard strict compliance to that NBC, the National Building Code.
Okay.
Because that standard has always existed.
Sure.
The procedures have always been there. I would say maybe the issue is powers to enforce were lacking.
Okay.
Because, like we have seen, now we are being given a platform, or we are being empowered to ensure that this act can be ably enforced.
Thank you.
So moving forward, I believe we are going to see a change. In fact, someone at the office in charge of investigations did mention something that made me happy. For the first time in a long time in the statistics of Uganda, in a rainy season, we've not recorded any building-related collapse for the first time.
Oh, yes.
So I believe that application to these standards is working.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hudson, we are going to kindly request that Herbert never give you the microphone to answer 1 or 2 words. That's not what we meant, sir. When 1 or 2 words, we mean what Joan was saying. But yes, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the horse's mouth. And for the ladies, if you need any illustration of what it means to be a lawyer who is a lady, there you go. We don't want to say much. You've listened to her word for word, and she was a big magazine kept by Mr. Hubbard to answer the questions which were coming from the members, because Uncle Hubbard's presentation was his, he read it out. But these questions are unexpected. You don't know what the public is going to ask. Are we together? So when you are equally ready, they say a good lawyer is not necessarily one who maybe wins the cases and all that. They say a good lawyer is one who knows where to find the law. So you need to be equipped with the law before you go and construct. So my friend whose story we read earlier on, did not know the law. Rushed with his money, built the house, it got cracks, collapsed, and everything went abyss. So thank you so much once again. We cannot overly state thank you, because you have done the topic a service that cannot be doubted. And we are grateful that you're able to come to us and open up this partnership in as far as the very big task of elucidating this information and disseminating information to the public is concerned. My colleague, the council member from the Central, had one, I think you still have, right? One statement to make about that presentation, and then we can delve into one other thing. So I would kindly request you to come and say one or two words so that the board can be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Jurua. We thank the board for that wonderful gesture and you sparing time to come here. However, ULS being a mouthpiece of society and community, there are a few things that you really need to point and note. This is good law. Much as it has some issues, we are lawyers, we cannot fail to fault past laws. That is, you should be okay with that. However, there are things we pray that you take note. As the mouthpiece of community and society, we have been having these laws, but we have ignorance. Sensitization has always been a problem. The person affected the most is that person who stays far, far deep. If I told you about some place called Kalere in Kochi, I dare if any of you knows about that place. I don't know what strategies the border has for these people that come from as far as deep in the villages, whose buildings are going to be broken down. Let us not see, let Ugandans not see this law as a source of revenue collection by the government, simply because someone has constructed a building without a license, which license he was not aware of, and you come, tell them to pay. We have seen situations of corruption. Corruption is a reality. Your members, these building committees, they are full of corrupt tendencies. Can you please put in place the checks for such behavior? The Ugandan, the local person in the village who cannot afford the money to pay these members, these committee members, for them to pass whatever he needs, all they need. Can we find a solution for that? Money power. I sit on the City Land Board of Masaka City, and we have seen several structures mushrooming, and they have no plans. But even the TC passes on them, passes by them. The relevant authorities, they pass by these structures when they are being constructed, and nothing is done. Then they wait for the time when the structures are ready up, then they come and they start telling them to pay fines. They are taking them to court. To a simple Ugandan local out there, they look at this as a revenue collection for the government. So please, can we be on the ground? Let us not stop being in offices. Just sit in offices. Well, if according to your prescription of the office, you cannot go to the field, can you bring manpower that is going to go to the fields? Otherwise, that is still a nightmare that we are having. Legal awareness. Unfortunately, ignorance of the law is no defense. But who is responsible for taking this ignorance away from the Ugandans? It is the government and you people. You have called upon Uganda Law Society to come and help you. We are more than welcoming, and we shall help you. But can you please, this goes to you and the government. When the law is being passed, they always ask for our recommendations. When we give them the recommendations, they are not considered. And then here you pass the law and you still want us to come and help you. We shall help you, But please, can you also consider our recommendations? Don't treat them as minority reports in Parliament. Lastly, we call upon all of the other professionals that are responsible in this field, that is the surveyors and engineers. Can they come and join the fight? Because this specifically falls within their docket. Can they come and join ULS in helping Ugandans, the typical villager deep down there, to really understand this? That is our responsibility. That is why they take us to school, to come back and help society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Council Member. We appreciate your sentiments, and we want to imagine that is feedback. How about you again?
Yes, Robert, thank you so much, Council. There are some things Council has talked about, and we feel like we need to
could you use a half a
kindly
second?
give a
Half a second?
We shall do so.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Council, for that insightful feedback. We have indeed taken it on. And for those that are not in our power, we shall also forward to the rightful authorities. I would just like to specify about the issue of demolition. Let us use this platform to clarify it, and I believe I had done that earlier. The law is now, previously, under Cap 136, it provided that the building committee, where it says a building is extremely unsafe, backed by science, not by eye view, not by, backed by science, can order in writing a person to demolish a building. That was it. And in fact, if they wanted to cause a demolition, have to go to a court of law, get a court order to bring down that building. Court may even deny it, which is okay. Now, what has the amendment done? It is now giving the building committee power to enforce this demolition. I ordered you to demolish in writing. You did not do so. We must elaborate that the amendment clearly says that it will only be in conditions prescribed by the minister in regulations. This act commenced on March 19th, 2026. Those regulations don't exist. So right now there can be no causing demolition without those regulations. And in fact, we must remember, if at all it is happening, then it is not in line with the BCA, because other laws out there give power to demolish or order demolition. So let us clarify that in this platform. That is why we said, moving forward, we are going to call upon support in drafting these regulations.
Yes.
How can we make sure it's done justly, safely, backed by science? Otherwise, it will be arbitrarily done, and that will be very detrimental. I'm a citizen of Uganda. I wouldn't want that to happen to my building either.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Uganda Law Society. On behalf of the board, we want to extend our appreciations to you for inviting us. And in case the public wants more information about what we do as the board, we are located along Lumumba Avenue on Rumi Building on the second floor. We are on social media. You can find us on X at NBRBUG. We are on Facebook. We have a YouTube channel. Our website is very active, www.nbrb.go.ug. We have a toll-free number which you can call, which is 0800-220-746, and a WhatsApp number where you can send a message, you can send a video, you can record an audio, which is 0705-559482. Thank you, Uganda Law Society.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. It has been very awesome. Could you give them a round of applause? Yes, Mr. Herbert Hudson and Miss Joan, we are overly grateful. May the Lord bless you in your endeavors. May you go ahead and continue to do what you're doing, and we pray that we shall continue to interact so that the dissemination of information will be adhered to, and that the lawyers who we're speaking to, also very many out there, shall get opportunity to help you to do your work. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first session, and we are going to use this opportunity to, before they go, request Mr. Dumba to come forth alongside a student of his choice to give a vote of thanks to both the team that has just spoken and to the general public, as well as to the students that have made time before we can also move to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, the Law Society of Uganda. I would like, in a special way, to thank you, the Uganda Law Society of Uganda. Uganda, it is ULS, I think. We are in the neighborhood, and I think we've been there before. But it's good to have very good neighbors. But we had never noticed that you have a neighbor we need to utilize. I was just passing by, and I came around. I met Shira, the CEO. Yes, the head of, and I requested. In front here, I'm very sure all of you are parents. Not all of you. Get my blessings. If you're not, please do. These young people you see here, the education fraternity has changed. Most of you in front here, the subject called history that is studied and probably led you to where you are, is a complete dimension now. When we looked through the curriculum, they are telling us, you open the book, and what do you find there? Constitutionalism, a topic. Judicial. You've been talking about land issues, and that is what is there. Now, these young people who we are leaving and handing the baton to, and they're going to handle law and all whatever you've seen that the iniquities are here. They do not know what is going on. And the information is readily available. And these are the people that these laws that are going to be that put in place are going to, they're the people to disseminate them. Now, and they're there, they don't know what is happening. And the subject, you're going to take your children to those schools, and you do not know what is in the curriculum. Please interest yourself and see what they are learning. Because what they are learning, you are the people having it. So, because it's no longer, those of you who attended history and you were studying about Shaka Zulu left the books long time ago. Left the books long time ago. Long distance trade and so on. What they're studying, Mau, non-existent. Finally. So me, because we have very many teachers over, I looked around and said, now what can I add in my class? This is one stream. So I said, thank God, I would like to thank you specially, Law Society, that you gave us this audience, because we cannot easily. I am not a lawyer. I think in my family, I think there's only one, but most of us are teachers and medics. But this is where you can never know. There's a girl, when we just reached there, said, this is my future dream. She mentioned it, I don't know where she said, by all means, I have to be here. She's there, stand. And they see you. Immediately reached there. So, we have a lot that we've not asked. These people came with, and I think I was sharing with Sheila. And Sheila, I think we need to have more time and more engagement. I think it was patience. So these young people are seated, but there are so many things. They are the people who are falling victims of evictions, their parents. And for us, someone comes and says, teacher, today I didn't study because we have issues with land, and mommy is moving up. And if they get to know earlier, it is going to assist this nation. I'm not looking at a society, but I'm looking at a bigger picture. Thank you very much. I am just looking forward to have more engagements with law, especially with young. Trust me, I cannot go to. I cannot. I can, but the passion may not be there. Yes, I can. Okay. Someone says, but My biggest interest are these young people because I have special love and attachment to them. Thank you. Let me not speak like a historian. Let me hand over to someone who is representing the rest of us. Introduce yourself.
Yeah. The Board of Governors, the building committee, the advocates around, our teacher, and all the students from different universities, also my fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. So, good afternoon. We are very glad as students of Senior 3-1 of Chitanchel School to come and meet all the future people, like the future people we want to look like in future. And we couldn't wait for this moment to reach because even we were supposed to be here last Thursday, but the teacher came and told us it has been postponed. And we all had the road face. So, our teacher normally tells us that we shouldn't not only focus on the theoretical part in class, but also on the practical parts that you have just taught us today. So we thank you very much. By the way, I'm also one of the guys. I'm one of the guys who wants to be a council. So I pray I can become one. Yeah. With this, I raise my case. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the young man. And this is a radical new bar where we give opportunity to all people who wish to come and make their case. He has made his case and he has, laid the case. So here we go. Thank you so much. We are very grateful. We want to move very fast into the next session. And before I release the board, we are going to request that we take a group picture at the fore for posterity purposes. Adam, in culture at the Ugandan Law Society for these sessions, take a picture of those that have been able to share with us for purposes of posterity, and we'd just like to request that you come to the front before we can release you. Thank you. The board, please. Yes. They can come. Right now? With the board? LDC, are they here? No, they are not. It's only the students. It's only the students. All right, thank you so much. Welcome back to the session. We have been through a very, very important session for you students, as you've been told, and as has been said by the students and your teacher. These are the practical things that happen away from school. Whereas you are listening into the theory, it is about time that you prepared your minds and opened your minds to the practicalities about what you are going through. And I know while you're still in O-level, it is not so many years that you're going to complete school. By the grace of God, I'm very sure, one, you're going to complete your senior 4 successfully. I'm very sure of that. I'm also very sure beyond a shadow of doubt that you are going to go through your senior 6 as well. For those that will choose to go that direction, I'm imagining you're all going to go through that. I'm also very sure that you're going to be university graduates in different courses, but the best of all, without saying, is law. And I'm imagining that we are going to be seeing lawyers draped in suits in not more than 10 to 15 years. And that's not so far from now. So clap for yourselves and thank God. Yeah, remember our beginning topic was about order. We were speaking about order in the building, order in any place, and that we captured also from the book of 1 Corinthians. Remember, if you remember, you will bear with me that order is necessary wherever you go. The God that we serve is a God of order. It was in 40 years, as you remember, the Israelites were in the wilderness. And when it came to the time that they needed to get free, it took a way of order for them to get out of the slavery that they were going through. We all remember the stories. And today, we want to talk about another aspect of order in regard to fairness. And we are speaking into a petition that has been brought by the Law Development Council course students, and we are going to eventually listen into the students who've been here from morning, and they've been with us, and they've listened in to, of course, what was being presented. I'm sure they've also learned, because the law and education doesn't stop. We are going to be welcoming the Law Development Center students in representative capacity to bring in their petition to the Uganda Law Society, and also in the presence of the council members who are also in the right place to receive the particular petition. And before we do that, and if it's okay, the students have been called to return to school. My dear council members, I would like to request that you release the students to go to school.
All right, thank you very much. I must say it has been a wonderful day having you here, our dear students. Indeed, we see future leaders in you. We see future lawyers in you. We see future judicial officers, that is magistrates, judges, you know. We see parliamentarians in you. We see a lot on you. And we just want to wish you the best. And I want to say thank you so much for coming. And I also want to thank your teacher and the rest of the leadership at your school. We just want to wish you the very best. And as you go back, send our greetings to your colleagues. We wish you the best. Hope to meet next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear students. I can see you're not intentional on leaving, but we are going to pray for you. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for the blessing that you have bestowed upon us to ensure this partnership has begun, Heavenly Father. We pray among all things that you bless these children with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and that you will open their minds as they grow, and as their minds grow, that they will be amenable to the things that they have learned today. And as they leave this place, we pray for journey mercies, we pray for continued partnership, we pray for friendship with them, and we also pray that you will meet them at their various and different points of need in their representative capacities as the families they have represented. May you continue to bless them beyond imagination. We pray this believing and trusting in Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen. The children have been released, and your teacher is not here. He's waiting for you outside. Thank you. Yeah, as we delve into the next item. Okay, thank you. The Law Development Center is a statutory body established under the LDC Act with a mandate to organize and conduct courses for the acquisition of legal knowledge and professional skills by persons intending to practice law. Over the years, there have been some allegations of unfair procedures that lead to high failure rates at the center, with some students even seeking legal redress from courts of law. The Uganda Law Society was approached by students of the bar course 2024-2025 academic year who intend to make a formal petition to the society on behalf of hundreds of students. We are joined by students today, and we shall be hearing from them directly to share their story as we see a way forward on how to intervene as the Uganda Law Society in accordance with our statutory mandate under Section 3D and E of the Uganda Law Society Act. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the students as in their representative capacity. We had Emma who was in touch with us, but Emma, we also heard that you're not well. Amidst all the coordination, we'd like to thank you for your coordination, and we pray that you will get Godspeed healing in your predicament of health. But in the meantime, you're ably represented, and we pray that God will bless this discussion. Please approach so that we can hear from the LDC students so as to see how to take this to another level. Thank you so much.
Our dear President, Uganda Law Society, we thank you for this opportunity that you have given us, and I wish that all ministries could copy from you. We thank you so much. We thank our dear moderators for calling us here. We appreciate. And today, I have a collective speech from the students of the Law Development Center. We are here to represent our issues that are at hand. Thank you. we are here to present a direct challenge to the discontinuation rules governing the Law Development Center. We stand before you today not as isolated students, but as a united body of over 1,000 backward students of the academic year 2024-2025. We speak with one voice. The issue before us cannot be addressed with polite avoidance, but rather it demands honesty. We speak after 4 years plus, 6 years. We speak for 4 years of prolonged studying, sacrifice, and investment by ourselves and by our families, with the belief that entry into the legal profession in Uganda is governed by fairness, merit, and justice. Today we respectively ask, is that belief still justified? On 17th March 2026, the bar course results were released. Many among us attained marginal marks ranging from 47, 48, and 49. Scores that in any fair academic system could subject us to verification and careful review. Were we subjected to such? Yes, it is in the rules, but we weren't subjected to such rules. But when we sought verification, we were told that it was not available. Yet these are the same people who always tell us, whenever we are to petition, they always tell us, look at the rules. But was the rule of verification subjected? Did they have to look at it? No, they failed. When we pursued appeals, we were told that no procedural irregularity was available. In effect, we were given a right in form, but denied it in substance. When we look at the bar course rules, Rule 26 and Rule 27, they provide for appeals and verification. But unfortunately, these rules were not considered. Every appeal that came out was considered unsuccessful. This is not merely about marks. It's about a system that does not allow itself to be questioned. A system that is at odds with its own principles. If you teach a principle of justice, fairness, why are you not allowing us to follow the route that you have been telling us to follow? It's about a structure where a student who has passed the majority of subjects out of 10, a student passes 7. Just because you have failed the core subjects, which are criminal, land transactions, civil proceedings, and family, and corporate law. You leave out the other course units that the person has failed, but your mind only sticks to these 5 core subjects. If a student fails 3 of those 5 core students, is subjected to a discontinuation. Is that real justice? It's not. It's about being required to repeat and repay for subjects that were already passed. It's about being forced to relive what has already been achieved. This is not progression. This is a repetition. This is not training, but rather draining. It's a burden. We ask, what purpose is served by requiring a student to relearn what they've already past what they have already proven to know. What justice is there in making competence irrelevant once 3 failures occur? You are busy saying you want competent lawyers. How can you tell a competent lawyer who has failed only 3 out of the 5 core subjects? If that was the case, if someone proves to be incompetent in the 3 subjects that has failed, why not subject such a person to redoing those 3 papers that he has proved he's not incompetent in? The right to fair hearing becomes hollow when verification is unavailable. The right to equality becomes strained when progression depends not only on merit, but on financial endurance. The principle of legitimate expectation is undermined when success in individual subjects is disregarded. We must also be honest about the broader reality. This system imposes real costs. Let me act as an example. Every time I wake up, every morning, ever since those results were released, my mom tells me, but Noreen, for real, are you going to repeat the whole course? Where will I get the money from? Where will I get the money? Why don't you go and do some other fake course? But that's not what I decided to be. Why are you removing this right from me? The cost, the traumas. I was interacting with one of the students at Law Development Center. I saw her, she had come for an appeal. She had carried a big backpack. I asked her, why are you carrying all that bag just for mere appeal? She told me they chased me away from home. Every time I move, wondering where am I going to sleep. She's being considered as a failure in the family. But guess what? The people that are operating in that system are not seeing these traumas as long as they are benefiting from it. And when we relate to the other countries, I would like to give a comparison. When we relate to Rwanda, the Rwanda bar, should I call it like that? I want you to address your mind to Rule 38. Rule 38, that allows a student who failed certain papers, thank God they don't have cores, certain papers, to only repeat the failed papers. And the same applies to our neighboring country, Kenya. When we go to Nigeria recently released the 2025 BACOS results, and I saw somewhere whereby they gave something like conditional pass. What happened to the conditional passes? We had an interaction with the AG, that's Mr. Chiriowa Chiwanuka. We had an interaction with him, and he told us those are the rules, and you consented to them. But my question was, if we never signed on those rules, were we going to be admitted? It is like a requirement to be admitted. We are signing these rules under, I don't know, how can I say, duress? What? So I asked him, Mr. Chiwanuka, fine, when these rules, when you start for your BACOS, were these the rules by that time? I think he said, I don't know, 19-something. We are the new generation, we are the Gen Zs. Were those the rules by that time? or you first came into power and decided to tighten them? But here, progress is a reset. We are told, implicitly or explicitly, that those are affected are weak. We reject that narrative. A fair system reveals ability, and an unfair system distorts it. We do not stand here in defense. We stand here in appeal. We acknowledge the role of the institution, and we are not here to underlook their standards to prove on the legal system. We are not here to underlook their rules. We are not here to lower their standards. But the question is, are these rules that they're telling us to sign, these rules that we are being subjected to, are they fair? They are not. We respect the need for those standards. We therefore respectively invite the Uganda Law Society to take a clear and principled position, to engage the Law Development Center, to advocate for a modular system where students repeat only what they have failed, to support immediate practical relief for this cohort, to ensure that verification and appeals become real, not barely being in the rules. Rather, they should be a reality. Meaningful processes, and to safeguard fairness, accessibility, and integrity in the legal training. We ask that the government should streamline the legal education for those young lawyers, like the young lawyers that have been here, not to exclude them like the way they are doing to us. It's about the future of the legal profession in Uganda. It's about whether the path to becoming a lawyer remains grounded in justice or becomes defined by rigidity and financial strain. And I would also like to take this opportunity to call upon our president, the president of Uganda, with the Gen Zs, Yoba Zukulu. We are dying. The legal system is draining us. If the legal system is not working for us, then take us into the army, where these rules won't be subjected to us. Every time. One time I told my sister, as a big sister, I wouldn't like you to do law. Why? Because of what the legal system is becoming. We ask, personally, ask Your Excellency, my Excellency, if the legal system is not working for us, let us join the army. We want to have a conversation. Though we have been invited by the Uganda Law Society, we should also have a conversation with Your Excellency. We have lots to talk about in the legal system. Today, we present this petition not in anger, but in conviction, not in hostility, but in hope. And my question still stands. Does the AG have the power to give his final say in the decisions of LDC, the Law Development Center? Because I've been interacting with lots of people, and one question I got, have you considered the AG's response? Yes, we considered it, but we are not born to it. We are not. As LDC, it has a committee of members that should ensure the smooth running of their institution, not all the time bringing in the AG to act single-handedly. He has his own issues to handle. So let him focus on those issues, but rather than giving directives to the board. Hope that this institution will stand with fairness, hope that will stand with justice, hope that will stand with us, we now respectively submit our petition. Thank you. If I was given the opportunity to bang the table, I'll do that, but one day it will come. I'll definitely bang this table. I'll definitely bang it. Come what, come what. Oh, God. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Radical New Ba, Jew. Radical New Ba, Jew. Uganda Law Society, Jew. We appreciate.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone, the members of the Radical New Bar. I'm Nakasi Lillian, and here with me, I hold our petition to the Uganda Law Society. This petition is based on the fact that we are being treated unfairly at LDC. We do 10 subjects at LDC, and they are categorized into Category A and Category B. But during our intake, the head bar course, Council McKay, told us that we no longer have Category A and Category B, therefore all papers were equal. And to that effect, we did exams of Category B, open book, like the way we do Category A. Now, on top of that, LDC categorizes students basing on their on the exams we've done and the subjects. We have student A who has passed 7 subjects and failed 3. That student is being told to go back and do the entire course. Then we have student B who has passed 3 papers and failed 7. But the rules of the bar course stipulate that that student should go and do supplementaries. One student has 7 supplementaries and the other student has 3. But the one of 3 is being told to go and redo the entire course, despite the fact that they've already passed the other 7. And the one of 7 is being told that they understood the course, therefore they should only do supplementaries. That is not fair at all. There is no way we can call that justice when a person that has to pay a higher amount to do supplementaries, has a bigger backlog of papers, is being told to just do supplementaries, then the one with lesser papers is being told to go and redo the entire course. Our petition is based on the fact that we are petitioning the center. Let the students do supplementaries. There is no reason as to why a student should come back, pay more 6M, put an entire year on hold, burden their family, because the moment you're at the center, you can't work, you become a dependent. And the minimum amount of money a student at the LDC spends, I'm speaking this on a fact, is 14M. 6M goes to tuition. You have about 2M for material. You have to get where to sleep. And you have to get a good place. You get it? There is feeding. There are miscellaneous. You fall sick along the way. But all that is not put into consideration. So why should a student who has only 3 papers be made to repeat the entire course when they are citing rules saying that that student did not understand the course? Yet on the other hand, a student with 7 papers is considered to have understood the course, and they can only do what? Supplementaries. That is not fair to us, the students. It's not fair to our parents. And it is not the justice that we are being taught. On top of that, people tend to tell us that the moment you come out to challenge the rules of LDC, you will never leave the center. And that's the reason why most people end up hiding. People are depressed. We had students that died mere looking at their results. They died. People have gone into oblivion. They just decided to disappear. It is not really fair to us. It is not fair to our parents. It is not fair to the justice system. Our petition, the chief petitioner, Wanyonyi, unfortunately couldn't be here because he got involved into an accident about 2 weeks back, but he's recovering. The other thing is, when we wrote to the AG He didn't want to respond until the issue got into Daily Monitor. That's when we got a response. And in his response, he simply quoted the rules. The same rules we are telling him that, listen, look here, we need an amendment. The time these people did their back course, they even had a compensation rule. They had a rule where if you had an 80 or a 70 in a paper, they could deduct 10, convert it into 5, add it to your 47, and instead of a supplementary, you actually graduate. Or instead of being considered to have failed the paper, you are now going to do supplementaries. Those are the people that are telling us right now that those rules no longer exist, that those rules cannot be amended. Yet the same rules were lenient to them and they favored them. We are talking about people who were at the back course when some of us were not even born. You get it? And they are the same people holding us at a chokehold that we are not going to do supplementaries. It is not fair. There is no reason as to why the management committee should just quote rules back to us instead of calling us. We deserve fair hearing. Let us air out our reasons as to why we are petitioning you. There is no genuine reason as to why a student that has failed 3-4 papers should be sent back to do everything. Let students, if it's a rule to repeat, let them repeat only the failed papers. If you can't give them supplementaries and you're saying they failed core papers, let them repeat only what they failed. That is what we are saying. We are not undermining or we are not trying to degrade the system, but we are saying this system should match with the current state. The economy right now is too tight. Over 800 students are considered to have failed the back course. Most of us come from middle income. How many families are going to stand and say, go back and spend more 14, more 16M at the back course? How many? You are creating bush lawyers. You are creating bush lawyers because at the end of the day, I'll need to earn. What am I going to do? I'll go to Nassau Road and get a PC. Ain't you creating a bush lawyer? Yet I could have just done a supplementary and got my diploma and applied to be called to the bar. There is no reason, there is no justifiable reason as to why Category A papers are being considered core papers, yet Category B papers also carry the same grading point as Category A. We don't have electives. We do these papers equally. They affect your CGPA equally. So why are some of them considered cores and the others are considered non-core, yet they affect the CGPA equally? We would have said they're non-cores if they were electives, but they're not electives. They are papers that you're supposed to do and you can't miss any of them. They are papers that carry the same grading point as the ones of Category A. And on top of that, Head Bacos said we no longer have Category A. We no longer have categories in those papers. So why are you holding us on the previous law? Therefore, we submit our petition to the Radical New Bar, and we pray for your intervention. Many of these petitions have been submitted to the different institutions, the different ministries. Personally, I took a petition to Justice Madrama's office. We never got a response. Right now, LDC, Management Committee, and administrators, whichever email you write to them, they will respond that the AG guided. Yet in those rules, they provide for verification. I can assure you, no student applied for verification and their paper was verified. They are telling us they internally verified our papers. How can you verify what I haven't complained about? I'm telling you that I'm failing a paper by a 0.6, not a full mark, a 0.6. And you're telling me there will be no verification, there will be no remark. Then we go to the next alternative of an appeal. The appeal rule is so rigid to the extent that for you to qualify for an appeal, you need to have gotten 22.5 in the written paper. Now we have students that have 48.4, but they don't have the 22.5 in the written what? Paper. Therefore, that student is not qualifying for the what? For the appeal. But they are failing the paper by 0.1. You can't verify, and they can't appeal. And then we have a student that has the 22.5, but they have a 43. And that student qualifies for an appeal. But the same appeal won't be granted because the appeal rule doesn't provide for grounds of appeal. This is an institution that is training us. You're our service providers. We come to get services from you. We are willing to pay for verification and appeals. On top of that, every student at the back course pays tuition. None of us is on sponsorship. None of us is on bursary. We all pay. So there is no reason as to why you should deny us our verification. There is no reason as to why you should deny us the appeals. All the appeals were just queried without justifiable reasons. Therefore, we pray to the radical new bar as our leaders, as the people we look up to stand with us in this fight as we are fighting the unjust system. This system has been there for the past, I don't know how many years, but these rules kept on evolving to actually terrorize the students. Every amendment that is done, entire course, and the other is going to do 7 supplementaries. It doesn't make sense. If we were to calculate on the scale of failure, we should see that that rule should be amended, that if a student fails majority of the subjects, they should be considered to have failed the what? The course. Not if a student fails 3 papers of category B, then they should be considered to have failed. Yet if a student fails the entire 5 of category A, the entire 5 of category B, then 2 in category A, that student is considered to have understood the course. There is no way a person who has failed 7 papers understood the course. I beg to submit.
Wow. Thank you so much, Lillian and Noreen. You have done us a great thing to bring to the fore the plight of an LDC student who, for the lawyers out there and the advocates, know the difficulty that it comes with. We shall not go so far away from it. We are going to take a moment, I think, to receive the petition before we can invite the head of ideology to speak into the petition, and then thereafter we shall invite the council member representing Central Secretary, the acting secretary. Oh yes, we've been joined by the acting secretary of the Uganda Law Society, Council Babu. Thank you so much for making it. We're very delighted with your presence. And Council Babu will also be the one to deliver a message or remarks from the president of the Uganda Law Society, Isaac K. Semakade Senior Counsel. So I'm going to request that the council members, should it be the secretary to receive the petition here? First. Yeah, I think the 3 of them can receive the petition. Adam, would we please have you here? Then have remarks into it so that we can hear from the council as to the response upon receiving the petition. Yes, our dear friends who have, chosen to petition us, the Uganda Law Society, it is our honor on behalf of the Radical New Bar Council. I would like Mr. Babu to speak to this. Is it okay?
Good afternoon, members of the bar, members of the public, and the members at LDC who are aggrieved, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Radical New Bar Governing Council and receive the said petition from our members of LDC, that is the BACOS, in relation to restoration of fairness, merit, and natural justice in the BACOS. A lot has been response as the Radical New Bar instantly, because whereas the said petition has been presented now, these are grievances that have been ongoing, and we are alive to the same, and we also have responses that are instantaneous and will not only stop at a blank response, but will also in a radical way move to see that the same is addressed, because we are all aware, just like the Uganda Law Society Act, there are several laws, just like the one of LDC, that has not put into practice the changing and modern trends of time. And this is the factor that is affecting Ugandans in all spheres, that the laws we are relying on, the laws that relate to the daily lives, those that are archaic, they are draconian and they need amendment. And this is exactly what I intend to push for. And just as the petitioners who are here, the ones who have presented it, have mentioned, they are also looking for radical means in which to address this, because a reply of the AG has addressed this will not in any way help the students, will not in any way help the dispensation of justice to them, and will not in any way help them achieve justice and the purpose for their grievances. Thank you. Okay.
All right, that is the gesture to receive the petition from the Aggrieved Law Development Center cohort students of 2024-2025 to the Governing Council. And Adam, yes, thank you as well. That is an aggrieved party to a solution-based party. Thank you so much once again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We want to thank you. We are going fast into next session. We are going to request that the head of ideology be welcomed, Mr. Yasin Munagomba, to speak into the petition, please. And thereafter, we shall be hearing from Council Babu, finally. Thank you.
The council members present, university students, and petitioners from the Law Development Center. Like I have been introduced, my name is Sentumbwe Yasin Munagomba. I am the head of ideology of the Radical New Bar. The Radical New Bar is a legal movement that was established on 4 cardinal principles. And as we are in charge of the Uganda Law Society, we still maintain those principles, call them the 4 Ds. These include, among others, demilitarization, decolonization, digital transformation, and I think the key principle of these is the aspect of decolonization. Taking a little reflection of my life and the current president, who is also the supreme leader of the Radical New Bar, Isaac Kimaze Semakade Senior Council, the current situation is a reflection of what the Radical New Bar has for the past about 10, if not 15 years, advocated against. You will remember clearly that Senior Council was vehement when it came to the abolition of the Law Development Center. Actually, as the radical new bar, we have no reservation of the Law Development Center. You will note clearly that during our time for the advocacy about the abolition of the Law Development Center, these are the issues we were putting forth. That besides the center not serving a purpose, it has become more of a money-earning institution. What a time that the Uganda Law Society is receiving a petition when Semakade, Senior Counsel, is the president of the Uganda Law Society. What a time that the Uganda Law Society is receiving a petition from Law Development Center students when consultations are ongoing for the establishment of the National Bar exam. And what a time that Uganda Law Society is receiving a petition from Law Development Center students when the president of the Uganda Law Society is not in this country. We do not grieve. He has ably led the society. That out of his work, many are able to be here to air out their views. As the head of ideology of the Radical New Bar, I want to take this opportunity to thank a few of you that have come out to speak about the dealings of the Law Development Center. Many are recruited, but few are able to speak to the powers that be. I remember very well during my time when I was the guild president at the Law Development Center, I issued an ultimatum to the director then, Nigel Othembi. He had discontinued the students without an explanation during the COVID time. And I asked him to rescind this decision, something that the then head of Bar course looked at as so unethical, anti-decorum. I remember she said to me, Sentumbwe, this ultimatum does not weigh to anything but a threat to the Bar course. And by the time we were given the opportunity to verify each and every student's appeal, majority were returned. What a time that the rules of the Bar course are only applicable when they favor the management of the institution. It's a rule, there is a requirement for verification, but when students seek it, the management hides under the sand. We are seeing them. And as the Radical New Bar, as the abolitionists, under the auspice of Semaka, the Senior Council, we still stand firm that the institution has lost relevance, because every time results are released, they are subject of public debate. It's so unfortunate that the Law Development Center results must be resolved in accordance with the advice of the Attorney General. This must stop. That's it. The person of the Attorney General to discuss results, who is not involved in the daily management of the institution. As the abolitionists, We stand firm, and I am very alive to the fact the president, who is also our leader at the Radical New Bar and the abolitionist movement against LDC, we encourage you students, those who came and are from LDC, the two ladies, you win the day. Not because of the change we may experience, but because you have taken a stand to challenge the powers that be. You will remember that our president, the president of the Law Society, Semakade Himaze Senior Council, is not here because he speaks freely against oppression. He wants to protect his right to freedom of speech. He wants to protect his right to freedom of expression. What you are doing is not entirely to enjoy your right to education, but to enjoy your right to freedom, to freely express yourselves about what is displeasant. The right to free speech. You will see and you will be remembered, not because you passed the Law Development Center back course at the first attempt, but because you challenged. How do you relearn? How do you redo a subject you have already passed? You have examined me. 4 plus 4 is 8. You subject me to the same question for 2 years. This is a problem. Either the curriculum is outdated or the institution is worth being abolished. Why should I do a subject for 2 years? As the abolitionists, I vehemently remember during my time when I was challenging Uganda Christian University after my expulsion in 2016, I uphold the principles that were put down in a judgment by Her Lordship, Eva Luswata. She said, when you're training students, you're not only training them for public service, private service, but you also train them for public work. As a private institution, you're subject to public law. I want to carry the same statement that when the rules that govern the back course are applied to the students, the same are equally applicable to the management committee of the Law Development Center. What a time to be alive when the Law Development Center is yet to be abolished. And this was our outcry. What a time to be alive when Senior Counsel Isaac Semakade, who led this movement, is the president of the Uganda Law Society, and the students can ably come here and raise these concerns unlike before. I wish to say R&B everywhere, everywhere R&B. That said, I wait for the communication from the president of the Uganda Law Society, who serves as the supreme leader of the Radical New Bar. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, the head of ideology. We welcome your remarks, very, very powerful and sentimental. We continue to speak into the petition. There is, before council member from Central presents the paper on behalf of the president, we have one of the students online that would like to share her experience. This is one of the aggrieved students. Please bear with us. Ms. Proskovia, you are being sent an invitation to speak. Kindly activate it and you'll be live and we can be able to listen to you. Kindly listen, watch the IT, send an invitation and accept it. Then your microphone can be activated. Are you there with us, please?
Thank you so much
You're welcome.
for this opportunity. To the students and the RNB administration, the council present, and everyone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Rnblive. I'm one of the aggrieved students, and I won't differ from what my colleagues have submitted. However, among our grievances, we identified an error that was contributed to by the administration, and the admin participated. I will term it as that it was intentional for all this, because if you looked at the land transaction paper, I'll share it with the president. The land transactions paper, it was a paper that before, because I believe we have a head subject for each and every course unit covered at the back course. We also have the head back course. We also have the director who approves. This is a peer review for every paper that they submit to students. But if you looked at this paper, honestly, the admin really entirely intended to serve it to the students to confuse them on what to do, because the title was entirely faint. And the questions, some of them, they didn't have a sense of direction. As a student that felt aggrieved at that time, I appeared to the officers and tried to bring out the view, because there is no law that bars me from reporting an issue, and also there is no law that bars them from responding. But the director has the powers through Rule 29, because they are always referring us to rules, but she didn't implement it, and then she's trying to disguise all our petitions under the opinion that was issued out by the AG. So at the time of my grievances, when I raised it, they promised that the committee will sit down and look at it, but the committee up to now, because they claim that the Attorney General was really affirming to the rules, but he didn't affirm the errors of the admin, because I don't know if the admin is right to fail students on their errors, or it's wrong. That the question, I'll put it on table for us to look at it. And then when you look at the examination period, because I was told that how come that others passed and then others failed, but if you look at the examination atmosphere, it was really chaotic, because we had a microphone that was shared by 3 tents, and this microphone, it would the people that were invigilating at the time, they were not legal personnel, because I tried to engage them. They would tell me, wait for that, maybe your PAs will come out, but the PAs didn't show up at that time. We were not attended to, the problem was not addressed to, and then I am really aggrieved by the fact that even at this time memorial, there is no response about the land petition. You get, and then we are trying to be patient with them, even with the ruined admin. They are issuing out supplementaries, and then the supplementaries, because there is no fairness in the whole thing. So I call upon the society and then people in power to really help us. The burden shifts back to the admin to really produce, and even they should check why is it that some students managed to pass a paper that really had a faint title, and then why is it that others have failed? Because we really tried to bring it out to them, they really didn't respond to it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Proskovia. You have given your take and your experience, which of course is very absurd, and we want to crown that up, of course, with a presentation on behalf of the president, his remarks in regard to this predicament. Previously, Mr. Alexander Lulay should have been presenting it. In his absence, I would like maybe or he's here. Mr. Alexander Lule, you are very welcome to the podium to render the remarks of the President in regard to this petition, so as to see how the students that are aggrieved can also be served justly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those that are still with us for being patient and following. In a rebuttal or in reply to the petition that has been presented by the LDC students, where we all have gone and some of us have been through the same, some survived it, and it is very unfortunate that some of us who are already out still believe that the rest should also go through this kind of punishment. That's very unfortunate. If a law is bad, it should be challenged, and that is what these students are trying to do. Given the environment that has been set by the Radical New Bar, headed by our president, at least these ones have a platform, and the RNB is behind to back you up. Without further ado, this is the response from the president. Upon scrutinizing your petition, the applicable law in Uganda and comparable education jurisprudence across the world, it is our considered opinion that Rule 17(2) and Rule 21(5) to 6 of the rules governing the bar course 2023 as amended of the Law Development Center, LDC, are unconstitutional, null and void to the extent that they violate Article 21, 28, and 42 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. Further, that the LDC's failure to afford the 800 plus affected students procedural fairness, including access to marked scripts, meaningful appeals under Rule 29 and 30 of the said rules, and supplementary examinations, all targeted repeats of only failed subjects, constitutes a breach of the right to just and fair treatment in administrative decisions, and that is Article 42, and the right to a fair hearing under Article 28 of our Grand Norm. We undertake to write to the LDC management, advising them to consider setting aside the decisions of LDC to discontinue the affected students and require full reputation of the entire bar course, despite their proven competence in the majority of subjects, including up to 70% of the curriculum. LDC management should permit the 800 plus affected students to repeat only the failed subjects within the existing 3-year completion window under Rule 18(1). It should also grant immediate and unfettered access to all marked examination scripts and establish an independent, transparent remarking mechanism, and abolish the artificial and outdated classification of subjects under Rule 17(2), so that all 10 subjects are treated with equal importance in accordance with the current curriculum. We shall publish our reasons in due course, but briefly, the following factors are worth mentioning. First, the LDC is the sole statutory monopoly provider of the postgraduate diploma in legal practice bar course under the Law Development Center Act. Successful completion is the mandatory gateway to admission as an advocate of the High Court and entry into legal practice and public service employment. Excuse me. Secondly, results released on 17th March 2026 for the 2024-2025 cohort revealed that a vast majority of students passed over half, and many up to 70% of the 10-subject curriculum. However, under the impugned rules 17.2 and 21.5 to 6, students who failed 3 or more subjects from the outdated superficial list, a hangover from abolished Category A core subjects, are automatically deemed to have failed the entire bar course, denied supplementary oral examinations, routinely granted to those who passed at least 3 of the listed subjects, discontinued, and forced to repeat the entire program afresh upon readmission. This rule compels repetition of subjects already passed with proven competence, e.g., clerkship, group project, legal writing, trial advocacy. Ignores marginal failures, disregards the 3-year flexibility window in Rule 18.1, and nullifies script review, stroke appeal rights under Rule 29 and 30. Supplementary examinations held 7th to 14th April 2026 rendered appeals meaningless. An arbitrarily 45% written exam threshold further denies appeal rights. Thirdly, the affected students come from modest backgrounds. You have had someone who almost broke down, trying to show how they come from modest backgrounds. The policy causes massive financial loss. You have heard how much is paid, almost 14M a year. Wasted years of study and generational injustice. For those of you that haven't been to LDC, someone can spend 7 years at LDC without passing. It is really very disheartening. No comparable profession or jurisdiction, including Kenya School of Law, imposes such a draconian full reset. You had someone refer to the Rwandan bar exam, Nigerian bar exam, and other examples. None of them has this draconian full reset of repeating the whole year because of only 3 subjects. Lastly, the authorities we have studied converge on a clear proposition. Academic freedom protects curriculum design and merit-based assessment, but does not license rules that are illogical, discriminatory, wasteful, exploitative, or procedurally defective. LDC's rules, especially the mandatory full repetition, despite 50 to 70% passes or pass average, the arbitrary rule 17.2, hangover classification, denial of supplements to some but not others, ignored script reviews, stroke appeals, and the 3-year window trap are textbook examples of judicially reviewable administrative overreach. Rules causing disproportionate exclusion or wasting prior achievement are unconstitutional. We have seen the Attorney General's advice to LDC. We disagree with it as the radical new bar. The LDC rule at issue is not academic judgment. It is capricious administrative policy. It is irrational. It is disproportionate. The AG failed to consider this aspect of constitutional and administrative law. Forcing repetition of past subjects, that is clerkship, trial advocacy, etc., after proven competence is not an expert academic evaluation, but a blunt policy that defies logic and accepted norms in every comparable jurisdiction and profession. No educational value is added, knowledge does not evaporate. This is a substantial departure from the best practice and fails proportionality, repeating all the failed subjects as Kenya's School of Law does, and as medicine, all accountancy, all engineering professions permit. This achieves the same quality control with far less hardship. Courts defer to genuine academic judgment, not to rules that punish partial excellence. You, the LDC students that have petitioned us, will hear more of these arguments from us soon. That goes to the LDC administration as well, the Attorney General, and many others that are responsible. Thank you for your courage and commitment to liberating legal education in Uganda. Isaac K. Semakade, Senior Counsel, President, Uganda Law Society, Radical New Bar.
All right, thank you so much, Council Member, representative of the Central. We appreciate your the remarks that you have rendered unto us from the President of the Uganda Law Society, Isaac K. Semakade. Thank you so much for the leadership of the Radical New Bar. We are very honored to be in your presence. We are also honored to be alive under your watch and guidance. You have given us a lot of hope as the students. I can only imagine what they are going to be waiting for in actual response to what you said. This is a preamble of what you're going to present. Would like to take a minute to listen to the students that have joined us. If they have one or two things to say about this predicament, we have representation from KIU, IUIU, and Makerere University in solidarity, obviously, with the students that are just a little ahead of them. These are students from the university. I would like to invite one or two of you to share a thing or two so as we can wind up with today's sessions. Yes, please. Mr. Lukwago, please approach. Thank you. You can identify yourself and speak to us.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Lukwago Ashraf, and I'm a student of law at Kampala International University in my third year, second semester. I've actually had a chance to follow up this story. I think started from a gentleman known as Wanyonyi Emmanuel. I was actually very eager to see him, but unfortunately he's not in position to be here. And I actually pray for him because I've just heard about his issue of having an accident. So on the topic of that, I, for one, being in the third year, second semester, in the legal profession of Uganda, we've seen various challenges. I've been in position to follow the certain thing that usually happens, and we all know that once you finish the bar course successfully, you must enroll as an advocate. But I think it's just of recent, that's, I think in 2024 and below, we used to have people that used to apply for enrollment after them passing the bar course, but enrollment used to take roughly 3 to 4 years to just get enrolled. So we are seeing a challenge in that going to the bar alone is a challenge. Leaving it is a challenge. Enrollment is as well a challenge. So if at all we don't liberate the legal profession as early as now, we are yet to see very many of such challenges. So I, for one, am in solidarity with my colleagues here because I know where they are in a few years or even days from now. It's where I and my various colleagues, we are going to be. So I just pray to the Almighty God and call upon all the stakeholders to please listen to the voices of the students of the students that are having the petition regarding the bar course. Because we've been told that someone who failed 7 is in position to sit for supplementaries. How about someone who only failed 3? So it's a very, very big challenge. And I call upon everyone, especially the stakeholders, to listen to the voices of our colleagues of the bar course. So because of time, allow me to stop here. I thank you very much for the opportunity you've given to me. members of the Governing Council, Mr. Emmanuel, Mr. Lule, and our head of ideology. Thank you so much. Have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Lukwago. Yes, you're welcome, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adho Blessing. I'm a year one law student at Makerere University. I've been closely following this story, and according to me, it is unfair, and I'm here to stand in solidarity with the students. And I was a bit surprised because when we were studying legal methods, they told us that if you're interpreting a law, you use the 4 methods, and one of them is the mischief rule. So here I am, and I'm asking myself, which mischief were these people solving when they enacted these regulations to stop students from being from passing these exams and then going to the bar? For me, I think the Law Council, there are some people who want to protect their thing from the market. So they are trying to stop students, from coming to the bar. So they are protecting their thing from being infiltrated by other students. But in my view, I think these students should get justice, and this is where we are going. If these rules remain there, then we shall also get problems. I bring you greetings from Makerere Law Society, and I'm here with my colleague, who is also a law student in year 1. And we were very many, but some of our students did not make it here. But we are all members of the Radical New Bar, and we would like to thank Isaac Semakade Senior Counsel for always giving us opportunities to interact with with lawyers and then members of the Governing Council, because it is really a blessing to see that a student is here at Uganda Law Society. I would also wish to thank the head of ideology, Mr. Yasin Sentumbwe, because he's doing a great job as far as disseminating the ideology is concerned, because as a year 1 law student, I wouldn't have been here. But because of that ideology, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Blessing. You have something? Okay, please make it short.
The Radical New Bar, the students of Law Development Center, and various students from different universities, I greet you all. My name is Bachwa Swizin Katumba, the President of Law Society, IU Kampala Campus. And I'm here with my other learning friends to witness the presentation of the petition of the law students, of Law Development Center students. So we are so much honored and we are so much grateful to be part of this agenda. First of all, I want to thank the petitioners. You've showed us that everything is possible, because I've been hearing most people that have gone through the Law Development Center, they have been having that fear to come out and present their grievances, thinking that maybe if they come out, they might be penalized, they may not be given an opportunity to do so. But you've shown us who are still in universities that these things are possible, to stand up and fight for your rights. And I want to thank the Radical New Bar and the Senior Counsel, Isaac Semakade Chimaze, for giving us this platform to basically come out and speak about the careers that have been going on in these various institutions. The other thing, I want to urge my learning colleagues from various universities, there is a saying that the fall of a yellow leaf is an indicator of the green one. So that means the grievances these students are facing at the Law Development Center, if we don't fight them at this moment,
we are likely to face the same challenge, even more than that. So with those few words, I know time is not our best ally. Allow me so from here, and my thanks goes to the head of the Radical Nuba Senior Council, Isaac Semakade Chimaze. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much for these remarks. We would like to appreciate the solidarity that has been established in this building. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to each and all of us. Beginning, of course, with the Radical Nuba leadership that is represented by the acting secretary, the council member from the north, the council member representing Central, and that, of course, is under the watchful guidance of the Radical Nuba President Isaac K. Semakade, who, senior counsel, who has received flowers. We need to appreciate him. We appreciate you because without your guidance and wisdom and leadership, this would never have been practical. And also to remind us, the president is really appreciative and in love with the young lawyers from the university as well as the secondary schools. That is actually why earlier on I had stated that we are present in secondary schools through our rule of law clubs established therein. And in that regard, we intend that we shall develop the minds of these young citizens to grow into people that can speak for the voiceless. And you are doing the right thing. May you continue to be encouraged. It's very important that we have feedback, or rather the Radical Nuba has feedback on how we are faring out there in the field. The head of ideology, Advocate Yasin Sentumbe Munagomba, is a very serious and iconic stalwart of the Radical Nuba. We really thank you for the work that you're doing, because your work is evident in the students that are speaking and giving flowers unto you. We'd like to thank you. And of course, ultimately, the Radical Nuba under the leadership of Isaac K. Semakade is going to promise to continue to work with students, the LDC students that are aggrieved, those that are joining us online, and those that are in here physically. May you take heart and know that you're in the right place. So thank you so much for the petition. It has been one hell of an experience and a good experience for the students that have come from the universities. Thank you so much. We'd like to now, of course, invite the acting secretary to give us his closing remarks, as well as crown this day in light of all the activities that have occurred and the lessons that have been learned and the hope that has been rendered to the students from LDC, but also to the students in representation of the wider population of students that are studying law. Thank you so much. Mr. Sali Babu, you are most welcome to the stage to crown it up all. Thank you.
Thank you once again, in a special way, on behalf of the President of the Radical Nuba Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society, and on behalf of the council members, and also on behalf of the Uganda Law Society membership, those who are present and following online, we wish to bring this Rnblive session to an end. And with this petition, it reminds me of the plight of one of the people that I've just seen in the crowd, and that is the chief grave digger. He is one who has, you could come up front, he is one who has suffered with this dilemma of lecturers or institutions not wanting to have students leave the various institutions. His fight has been on for years, that is against Cavendish University, and I think along the way, with what he chooses to call connivance, he was defeated, because, I mean, it is a student versus an institution. And if you do not come to a body like Uganda Law Society or credible human rights organizations or bodies that fight for against human rights violation, like Legal Aid, Legal Brains Trust, that has helped many students, that is Mr. Sentumbwe Munagomba being one of the beneficiaries, you find that you'll be at crossroads because you will hire an advocate who will either be compromised or will not give in their best for you. But with a credible institution like Uganda Law Society and human rights organizations like Legal Brains Trust, you'll find that they will push to the very end. Because at the end of the day, what matters is fighting for, or fighting to uphold the rule of law and ensuring that natural justice is not only heard of but also exercised. And that is why with the petition that we have received today for our urgent intervention, you've all heard our response as the bar, and this will not only end at paper, but we will have to push for it with the leadership of the Law Development Center, so that in the end we have workable principles on their side and workable regulations that really take into note the modern and changing trends of the society. With that, I wish to close the R&B session for today, and we thank you all for being bold enough to stand out and bring this petition. It has given guidance to those behind you, like I have gotten to hear from and recognize the presence of the president of Law Society of Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala campus, which has, by the way, always appreciated the works of the Radical New Bar. They have always reached out to us and invited us for their several occasions, unlike their colleagues in Mbale who seem lost at the moment. But I think along the way, they will also gather up themselves and have balls like you people, and then do what is right. Because I mean, if you're advocating to be an advocate, as they seem to be, you should then know that the profession you've chosen is not one where you should be a coward. It's not one of cowardice, but rather it is for one who can stand up not only for their rights, but even the rights of the members of the public. And that is why Uganda Law Society, in exercising our mandate under Section 3 of the ULS Act, that is Section 3D and 3E, we have been in position to entertain you today. And still in the furtherance of the same, we are going to push and ensure that at least your petition does not die in vain. We will give it the legs. Thank you. It's okay.